Ladies love the skin.
Ow.
Bring it a little bit closer. The good skin, that is. That's why having a proper skincare routine is very important, and you need to feel the Lateej. The process is so easy, just 4 steps. You got your daily face wash. That's going to clean your face up nice and right. You got your exfoliator scrub. That's going to open up your pores. You got your AM moisturizer with the SPM 20, which is going to protect you from the sun. You also got your PM moisturizer, which is going to make sure your skin is protected throughout the night. Tej has tons of reviews from dedicated customers across the world. I know I said a lot, but it's okay, because guess what? It comes with an instruction card to explain to you in detail what to do morning and night. And because Tej is a sponsor, they're offering my family 30% off along with a free gift. Just click that link that's in the description and feel the Tej.
Maintaining your beard isn't just style, it's self-respect. A well-grown beard boosts confidence and leaves a lasting impression. Elevate your look. Embrace the importance of beard care today.
JR, before we get started, I had something to say real quick.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so last week, man, Andrea had a heated back and forth, and I accused her of some things. Well, I thought that she had said some things that I thought she said. Well, I went back, watched the video. I got the clip in the back if JR want to play it. But when you accuse somebody of something publicly, they deserve a public apology whenever you say something wrong. So I want to say I apologize to Andrea because I was wrong. According to the video last week, she did not say what I thought she said. It was my own interpretation of something that went down. And I thought she said something she didn't say. So I want to apologize to you, Andrea.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I can apologize for the way that I responded or reacted afterwards. I probably could have handled it better by, not calling you names and yelling at you. So I apologize too.
It's all good. It's all love. Apology accepted.
I just want to say that y'all. No, I'm just kidding.
And I want to issue an apology too. I want to apologize to Bruiser for always picking on him every time he comes on the show. And I didn't mean anything by me picking on you, but yeah. This was nice. This was nice though. This was nice.
I don't know what's going on, man.
This man can't let nobody have a moment. Well, I swear to God. This man can't let nobody have a moment.
Somebody else started it.
Do you think
but Sweeney, shout out to you, bro. That was really dope. That was really dope.
Mr.
I gotta pick on y'all, man.
Too. I want an apology too, Mr. Lego.
I apologize. You know what, Ruth? You're right. I apologize for saying your signal be bad.
What?
And it has been amazing, and it's amazing now. So yeah, I apologize for making fun of your phone signals.
But it was funny. But thank you. I accept.
Shout out to HR, man. He's doing the Lord's work. I see, man. Shout out to HR, doing some things, holding folks accountable, man. All right, let's go to get the show started. Carla, I read my mind right there. Says HR probably sent that memo. AP accountability partner $20 says Sweeney with the strong arm emoji, man. Shout out to see you setting an example, Sweeney. Shout out to you with that. See, Sweeney has been a real one. He just keeps proving it. It's HR hiring. I don't know. You got to talk to Lady Doc. She's the one in charge of doing the hiring now. You want me to tell him? You want me to tell him?
Who?
Talking Lady Di.
Oh.
Yeah.
Lady Di, I seen that clip you made earlier today on Instagram. That was some wholehearted bullshit, man. I was gonna comment, but I'm gonna let you live.
Which one?
Nope. That 50-50. When I said, why Lady Di? Of all people, why Lady Di?
Well.
I was like, Jesus, what? Nah, I'm just messing around, but
all right, let's go. Yeah, I think Sweeney gonna remix it. Go ahead and remix it, Sweeney. But
Remix what?
the clip that she did.
Oh no, I ain't gonna do all that, man. That's too much work.
Okay, but
Those
just
we talking about on King Talk. Niggas is lazy out here.
yeah.
I'm too lazy for that shit.
I was actually listening to something too, man. I think I'm listening to some more and break it down. I think he made a good point as far as that mentality too, that mindset, because that mindset can't stop you from doing a lot of different things. Not your mindset, but I'm just saying if you don't have an abundance mindset. All right, let's go ahead and get it crack and hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Candace Owens was in the news today. Is it today? Yeah, she had an interview today. And she mentioned something about why she married a white man. So our first topic, and I'm just curious to get you guys' opinions. People tend to marry based on their IQ. People tend to marry based on their IQ. All right, let's go ahead and get into it, man. She talked about people tend to marry based on their IQ. Jasmine, would you marry a white guy? Like, are you on that fence of keeping the black people together?
I mean, I like Dr. Umar. It's just he be cracking me up. But I don't think I probably would marry a white dude just because like I feel like my grandparents are slightly racist and I know they're gonna be at the wedding and I just don't want no smoke. I mean, they grew up during the times where they had to pick cotton, tobacco, stuff like that. So I can tell they got a little bit of a slight towards white people in a sense, but they rock with them, but not so much where if I brought a white man home, they would probably be very disappointed. But I like what she said. Like, I don't really care about color in a sense, but it's noticeable. I mean, it's definitely something I would consider. I'm not pressed to marry a white dude, if I'm gonna say that.
You said your aren't you like 25?
What? You said I'm 25.
I thought you might have been. You seem kind of young. You said your grandparents was picking cotton.
Yes, they're like in their 70s.
Oh, okay.
Tobacco fields. I'm 33.
Okay. All right. What about you, Andrea? Would you marry a white guy?
I don't think I would mind. It's not like something that I'm opposed to if we end up getting along. But as far as her saying that people get married based on their IQ, I think that I would have to disagree with that because I feel like at some point, and I remember this coming out, but it was talking about like the person who designed the IQ test and how that person basically designed the IQ test according to things that mostly Caucasian people will be able to like kind of like relate to or something like that. It was like some type of study or some type of article that came out that basically invalidated the IQ test because of the time period that the IQ test was created and the social climate around the time the IQ test was created. So I would have to disagree with her on that. But as far as marrying somebody outside of my race, I don't think that I would be opposed to it, especially because I feel like as a Black woman and dating in the community of African American people, studies are kind of like showing that most Black men date outside their race too. So Black women tend to like stay within their own race. So I don't see anything wrong with like exploring outside my comfort zone.
All right. Trev, you married? I can't even ask you. Would you date a white woman? But what are your thoughts about this?
You can ask me whatever you want. You can ask me whatever you want.
Pause in there, bro. Would you marry a white woman?
Yeah, pause. I'm gonna say probably not. Right, I'm not opposed to it. Right, it's not for me per se, but yeah, I would not have, only because we have a lot of differences culturally. So with me, I would want somebody who is at least similar in that aspect, where they've had similar experiences that they can relate to. The way I grew up, it's just different. So, but I'm not opposed to it. And I understand why some people may decide to divest, because they may feel they just get along, or they might have been rejected by their own, most of their life, and then got with another race and then, found it very easy and didn't have to be swagalicious, didn't have to uh, be super masculine or hyper masculine, and they were able to just be themselves, and it was accepted, and they didn't have to worry about acquiring a bunch of game. So I understand why people do it. Again, it's not for me per se, but I'm not opposed to it. And I don't think that people do it according to IQ. I think that's somewhat of a factor, but I think a lot of people go by there's religion is one major factor. Two, compatibility. That's extremely important. If you actually like the person, do you get along with the person? A lot of people go with that, and just if they're relatable. Those I think are factors that people consider a lot more than IQ. I've never heard that before. That's just something that Candace Owens would say, but yeah, I'll leave it there for now.
Okay. All right. Well, Lady Di, what are your thoughts about it? Are you down with the with black folks swirling?
Well, I don't want to answer that question because that's up to whoever. But as far as me, I've been around, like my dad is black, so I'm used to seeing black people. So for me to be interested in another race that's not of, I guess, color will be a little weird. I don't see how, not saying we can't have stuff in common, but I don't see how I would have something in common with someone that has been raised different. Um, so even like me and my husband, he was raised in the South, I was raised in the North, and that's already different. So to add you are a whole nother race to that would be a little crazy. So I'm not really interested. So when she said that she doesn't look at race, that's weird because if you're a black lady, how you not looking at race and that's all your household is black. So that I think that statement was just a cop out for her to just make her situation seem like it was okay. She could have came up with a better answer instead of saying that. But and then if she's talking about black families, that's weird because her family is not all black. They are mixed. Those are just facts. So she should just speak about everybody. What is it? Love is love. Love everyone. Just love who you want. She should just make that point. Make that the new trend instead of still thinking that she is with black families because she's not. Because if she was, she would never had married that man. She wouldn't even got close to him. So for me, I'm looking for black men. Like before I got married, I was looking for black. I wasn't looking at like if I seen a white guy, I ain't go over there. Or if he said something to me, I wouldn't be like, yeah, I'm interested. I'd be like, no, I'm okay, I'm good. And then that's it. Like it's not now is that racist? No, it's just I'm into what I'm into, but I'm going based off of my color. So I'm looking for people that look like me. And I don't see nothing wrong with that. Now, if somebody wants to go outside of their race, then they could do that, but don't rep blackness, don't rep black families. That's not what you are into because you are into, it's not about love. It's about what you're into. So if you're into being mixed, some people like, there's women who like to be with white men because they want their kids to have nice curly hair. They want their kids to have that blonde mix, with green eyes and all of this stuff. Not that black people can't, but sometimes to get that, they got to go another race. So there's people who are just infatuated with the look of it. And, sometimes it is, they don't like themselves. They don't like their hair. So let's talk about that. That's the deeper issue. She's not going to say that, but that's a lot of the reason what it is. There's a lot of black women bleaching their skin. So,
What?
just whiter, just because they feel people don't like darker skin, which is not true. So, I mean, it's a lot to it. Like I said, I don't judge no one for that. It is what it is. You do what you do. But personally, no, I wouldn't. I'll stick to what I look like.
Have y'all seen this story about this woman going viral, receiving criticism from men and women for cooking for her boyfriend every day? I think it made a good point right here in the chat. This is what when I listened to it, this is what I thought as well. Candace didn't mean literally the IQ test. She just meant two people on the same intelligence level. So that's what I think she meant as well. Not the IQ test, but someone of a similar mindset as hers. Someone that can really challenge her in that area. So that's what I think she was speaking about, and not necessarily the IQ test. It was a good interview. I mean, I don't have any personal feelings towards Candace, but I think for the people that do personally feel something about her, they should at least check out the interview and hear what she got to say. And I could have sworn Ruth said she worked on that problem, didn't she? Was it just me?
Bruh, Ruth is what is going on?
Yeah, it's like now you see me, now you don't. But go ahead. Yeah, hold on. It's Ruth coming in. Let's just wait for a second.
It would
There
have to
you
be
go.
like a white boy with some seasoning, like a Jack Harlow or something.
With some seasoning?
Yeah,
So what, you got to know how to dance?
something, you know, like the ones that be like, "Oh, you're invited to the cookout," like one of those type of white boys.
Okay. So you down with the swirl. Go ahead, Sweeney.
I don't feel no way or another about her marrying outside her race. I could care less. I
don't care.
I think it was just weird that she said the whole IQ thing, but I had the same thought as the person in the chat. I'm like, maybe she didn't mean IQ. Maybe she meant intellectual level, whatever that's supposed to mean. I think people tend to marry within their socioeconomic level. You marry the people that are around you. So if that's the people, I mean, given her career choice and everything like that, I would assume that more often than not, the people that are around her tend to probably be white men. So it's not beyond the realm of possibility that she'd be with a white man. I definitely think she kind of dodged the question a little bit, even though I don't feel like she had to answer it. That was kind of wild to ask her, like, how do you feel about, you know what I mean, what black people think about you marrying outside your, who gives a shit? It's Candace Owens. Did y'all expect? Well, I ain't even gonna say that, but like, come on now. She got kids and everything. We know what we all know about this already. What are we talking about? Like, I don't get it. This is silly to even ask her a question within that context. On like, come on now, Breakfast Club, do better. There's far better questions you can be asking her than that.
Oh no, they asked a lot of good questions, man. I say just again the clips it was just somebody clipped it up, and that's what came out. They asked a lot of good questions, and I think I actually learned some things in there.
Yeah. Now I didn't watch the interview, but if like that's the stuff, like she's a political pundit, like ask her shit about that. You know, that's her arena.
They did, Sweeney.
So I think that's where it needs to stay at.
I started to bring it up here, but the IQ on the panel, I just said I'm going to keep it on relationships today.
Yeah, I think that's where it should stay at.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, I said the Thursday show may not be qualified for that, so we got to kind of keep it basic, man. Anyway, Sweeney, are you down with the swirl? Like, would you have married a white woman before your wife? Would you have considered it?
I don't fucking know.
I mean, you know if you got an appetite for it or not. I mean, you had an appetite before you got married.
I went to a PWI. You know, white women was on the table.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
Like that's all. Like you gotta like shit. Dude,
I don't think it's only one black woman on here that's really smiling about it. The rest I'm looking at your ass.
I mean, I'm just saying, if you go to a predominantly white institution, like all of them, like everybody was getting it. Like
I went to a PWI too, so I get what you're saying.
I don't know who, like I chose the one I chose to marry, but I don't fucking know shit. By the time it was all said and done, like I was already off campus and everything, so it didn't even really, I don't know.
I respect your transparency. Mr. Let Go. I'm gonna go to you, sir. You down with the swirl? Equal opportunity?
No. I've dated white women, but
you're not down with the swirl, but you dated white women.
Yeah, in the past I've dated different women, but I don't want to be with one. I can't imagine eating a white girl's ass. So that's just not me. Just just like pastry, just like the it's like disgusting. So yeah, I'm good with that. Yeah, I need a black girl. You know what I'm saying? Look like look like a steak. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't need no pastry when I pull them cheeks apart.
What?
I don't know how a white
Bro,
girl.
you make sex sound so goddamn disgusting, bro. Like you just make it sound unappetizing. Like that shit sounded
You
disgusting.
open up a donut, it's like nothing but bread. It's like, ugh, I don't want that. Yeah.
No, man. You just
I like my steak, you know. Y'all know what I mean. Y'all be
no,
looking
we
like
don't.
steak
We
down there.
don't. We don't. You're on your own on that island, bro.
And as far as the intelligence part, I can understand what she means. Not about the white thing, but you date the person that you're intellectually you know, like on the same page with, you know. And if she went to a PWI and the guy that won her heart from an intellectual standpoint, because she talked about how much she, you know, she thinks and how she plans and she's always formulating things or whatever. I can imagine her just running into him and he's like, yo, I got you. I know exactly how you think. And then they kind of like bouncing, you know, ideas off each other's head. I can see that. You know. So because some people they don't really care about color if you've been around white people, black people. It's just a part of your life. So you just, you know, you date whoever you are around. I didn't grow up around a lot of white people, so to a certain degree it seems a little strange to me, but to somebody who, you know, grew up around a lot of white people, it might not seem strange. So I think it may seem weird or strange or off to us, but if you got a whole bunch of people around you that are different races, I think it's normal. I may be wrong.
Wrong as hell.
How am I wrong? Because I don't know. Tell me why I'm wrong.
Nah, you could be right. I was around white people growing up, but I ain't like to date them, you know. I don't know. Maybe it's
but if you're a sapiosexual, if you're a sapiosexual and the guy that is really, you know, turning you on from an intellectual standpoint is white, you're just going to ignore him if that's, you know, that's what turns you on, you know, conversation.
Hey, Mr. Lego, you know that shit don't hold water. You know, people see something that they like in somebody and would disqualify them just as quickly for something else. Like,
you're right.
They could be a savior. Oh, he's smart as hell, but that motherfucker white though, so I can't deal with him.
Yeah, I get it. I don't know. She just looked like, in my opinion, she just seems like an Oreo herself. So I can only assume she grew up around white people because of how she talks and acts. So I'm just assuming that that's where her environment was. I may be wrong because I don't know her like that.
That makes a lot of sense because I'm not an Oreo, so I don't like what Sweeney said. I'll talk to like if he's smart. I do like smart people. So, but he white, so I'm not. You gotta have that attraction too. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So then the first thing I was talking about, just imagine opening up a white Oreo and the whole thing is white. That's gross, right? That's kind of like what I was saying about a white girl's butt. I can't do it. I need some.
Please mute this man, Mike.
All white Oreo would be disgusting.
You ain't never seen the all white Oreos?
Never in my life.
For real?
No, that just sounds disgusting. Oh,
no,
white.
They got it for real.
So Mr. Lego, with all your white escapades, right? Did you refrain from relations at that point, or were they limited?
I've had. Well, what do you mean limited? I've had a threesome
like
with,
because you said you wouldn't. You said you
what?
You specialize in eating butt, right? But are you saying you didn't do that?
Specialize in eating. I never said that.
As much as you talk about it, if you ain't good at it, it's
You think
shameful.
you're an expert.
So what I'm saying is,
like I'm an expert in it. Like no.
So what I'm saying is, did you refrain from eating their butts? You just threw that out the window.
Yeah,
He
I didn't do
lying.
that.
Don't get him
That's what
lying to
I'm saying.
you, bro.
I'm not doing that with no white girl.
He was an
That's not
equal
okay.
opportunity
So
ass.
you wouldn't eat the front neither. You just refrain from eating altogether. That's what you're saying.
I never put my mouth on a white woman ever in my life.
Trev,
No
don't get him
kissing,
lying to
no
you.
eating, no licking, no nothing. I never did anything with my mouth with a white girl. That's kind
Mr.
of nasty.
Lego,
No
Mr.
kissing, no
Lego,
nothing.
I never
Wow.
I never put my mouth on a white girl ever in my life.
be honest. You're
Okay.
an equal opportunity ass.
Oh, really?
No, because I wouldn't do that to a white girl.
I think you gotta take into account from looking at Mr. Lego's image. I think about the type of white woman he probably can get based on stereotypes.
Meaning what?
Meaning
A ghetto white
Redhead
girl.
country bumpkin.
just looking at your image, it seems like the type of white woman you would attract will be probably the ones that's not.
Catch me outside girl like white women.
Yeah, trailer park trash type.
Now,
It don't seem like Mary
Catch Me
Jane.
Outside girl.
It don't seem. He don't look like he can get the Mary Jane of Spider-Man. More like
Who was the female artist that T.I. had? The fine
Iggy Azalea.
Iggy Azalea. Now Iggy might be able to get it. Iggy was
and
fine.
that's my point.
I told you he was an equal
The ones
opportunity
that
ass.
the white man don't want are the ones that you probably find more attractive.
And I like the hood radish type of girls every now and then. So I like a girl with a little, I'm telling her to shut the hell up, but as long as you shut the hell up when I say shut the hell up, you're good. But
Wait a minute. His standards
I like
in the toilet for white women. Y'all telling me he ain't never ate no white girl ass before? Bullshit.
I ain't
Man, your
messed with a bunch
standards
of
in
white
the
women.
toilet. You said Iggy Azalea types. Like, come on, bro. Like,
I don't mess with white women. So I'm just saying, if it was a white woman, it would be an Iggy Azalea type. But I don't really mess with white women.
We don't believe you.
I like the little spunky, women. So yeah, a white woman would have to be a little spunky.
All right, let's go get Bruiser in there. Bruiser, what are your thoughts about this, sir? What's going on, man? You down with the swirl? You think people tend to marry based on their IQ?
I think that's justifiable, especially if you in school and you dating and you happen to run into. I think the men that she was running into kind of match her vibe. You know what I mean? I don't think none of the black brothers in the school was matching her vibe as far as she don't seem like she's black, but she don't talk and she don't act like she come from the hip hop culture. You know what I mean? She's more like the preppy. I even know black brothers that wear Abercrombie and Fitch and American Eagle, and their image and everything about them is portrays preppy background that actually attract white girls. I think she was on that level, but I don't find nothing wrong with it when it comes to marriage, man. And me personally, qualities I look for in a wife, they're not restricted, to the color of your skin.
Hold on, JR, are you cutting your toenails while this man talking? What was that noise?
Why would he do that?
I'm going by. I just keep hearing.
Now whoever's editing clips got to cut that. Well, they probably ain't gonna cut that out.
Somebody's cutting their toenails, either Bruiser or JR, or what the hell? What was that noise?
What are you?
Somebody's doing something.
Oh,
Trev, you heard it right.
That was this.
Huh?
That was this.
No, it was like a. It's like
that was this.
Oh, okay. So you was cutting your toenails. Okay. All right.
Now let Bruiser get back to his point, man. You derailed that man.
Go ahead, Bruiser.
Man,
the man talking.
T.J. Hanley kit. That's what I thought he was talking about. And they got the toenail and nail kit now. So that's what I thought you was talking about.
I don't see nothing wrong with marrying outside your race, man. It's 2024, and I'm just trying to figure out how in the hell is that even an interesting topic now when people are changing themselves into a whole nother gender and getting married. But I don't see how it's still about the color. But besides that, I think a lot of us today struggle, with available options already. You know what I'm saying? So I would suggest that those who do, if they want to increase their chances of finding a partner, and they might be smart to just be, open to date other races. I mean, that's all I can say about that.
Okay.
I honestly think that it's people just like what they like. I don't even, because it could be anything. Like, even let's say in the LGBT community, some of them, they like what they like and they do that. I don't think it has anything to do with the background, because some of them come from straight family homes and they like the same sex. So if you like it, you like it, and you will be interested in it. So I don't know. That's what I think too.
All right, let's go ahead and get Roof in there. Roof, what are your thoughts about it, man? You down with the swirl?
Oh no, not me. I'm good.
Have you ever been down with the swirl? You're not the
No,
person, just saying if you knew anybody that has, not you personally.
not me personally. Do I know anybody?
Yeah.
Um, no. I think the more that you study who you are, where you came from, it gets harder and harder to do so. Um, it's just I'm Haitian American, so I'm literally the first person in my family born in America. So I are dating the American, a Black American man is kind of dating outside of my culture. That's enough for me. But it is also um, really refreshing that I don't have to explain racism to him or, a lot of things you already know. I don't sound crazy to that person. And I don't like how people downplay stuff. So that would offend me constantly. So for me, it's like enough at work. I don't need that in my home. So no,
Why do people feel like dating outside of their culture is similar to, oh, if I date outside of my community, then I don't have access to the resources that the community give to people who date within the community, as if the culture is going to take care of you when you single and lonely and on your deathbed.
I don't think my culture would take from me. I don't know. I don't know if he was directing it to me or in
Well, I'm
general.
just saying, like you said, that's enough of already dating outside of your culture, as if the culture is a barrier of protection.
It's just that you get discouraged. Um, Caribbean, you already know there's beef between Caribbean and Black people sometimes. Some both on both sides, I can see where they're right. Both sides, I can see where they're wrong. So there's enough cultural differences, and
What is? Can you elaborate on the beef and how that relates to your discouraging your relationship?
so sometimes Caribbean people might have a chip on their shoulder, and they might say like, "Oh, don't be like, certain kind of people because they don't like have the same kind of beliefs that we do." And they're just being ignorant. It's kind of like um, colonialism kind of affected the world, and I didn't know that. So they kind of think of, you know, white people on a certain level, Black people a certain level, and then their culture on a certain level. And it's kind of like just being hypocrites and not really understanding. So that's why you got a lot of discouragement. Everybody want to be with their own kind, but if you were born like for me, I never been to Haiti. So I can't really relate to people. I'm not Haitian enough to be Haitian. I'm not American enough to be American. So I'm kind of like in between already. And I see how that can cause a rift in your identity. So why would I have a child with a person outside of my race and now they talking about they're biracial, not Black? I would be offended. You know what I mean? So certain things that I feel like I can do, it's not about what I lose in the community because I'm still part of the community, but it's more what I can leave behind. I want to leave behind solid Black families, and that would deter my mission personally. So I had to make that personal choice. But I don't get offended if somebody else did. More Black people. I'm good.
You know why they have to say that they're biracial?
They don't want to offend one parent.
No, it's not that.
That's real.
No, it's not that. It's because if you think about it, right? If we just call them Black, if they say I'm Black, they have just as much right to claim whiteness as well. Like they should be able to go outside regardless of their skin color and say, yes, I'm white. So because of that, they normally say that they're biracial because of that.
Because I feel like they want the benefits of being white, but they still got to live with the consequences of being Black. So why not identify as Black? Because you're going to pick the race when it's convenient. In certain arenas, in certain environments, you might pick one, and the
They
other
should
environment pick the other.
they should be able to claim both. equally.
But say both every time.
That's what
Or
biracial mean.
But I don't think everybody does that. I think a lot of people that say biracial more so wants to identify with one more than the other, meaning I'm not black. When black people hear, well, in my case, when I hear I'm biracial, sometimes it makes me feel like you don't want to say you black.
Have
You
you
know what
ever
I mean?
asked them that? Have you ever asked a person, why do you claim biracial rather than?
I understand. I could say I'm Haitian and American. I could say I'm Haitian and I'm black. I could say that, but everybody's not gonna claim that. A lot of Haitian people just say they're Haitian. They don't say they're black. But that is
No,
like denying that you're a part of some bigger culture to me. Does
I
that make
just
sense?
find it interesting that the loyalty to the culture is so strong. Me personally, and this is my opinion, and it's not to put none on you, but if I'm gonna be loyalty to a culture, the only reason why I would do that, or to a bloodline, or whatever you want to call it, is if I'm protecting some type of inheritance or some type of uh thing I'm getting, for being able to maintain my staying within the confines of a group. But if it ain't no protection, it ain't no benefit, no resources coming from it, no inherent, I'm gonna date whoever the hell I feel. I'm gonna be like Candace Owens. I'm gonna date
There,
the person that makes more sense for me. I'm gonna match up with whoever I find interested in, and I'm not gonna let the confines of a tribe or whatever you want to call it restrict me from having as many options as possible to be able to find somebody for a meaningful relationship.
there are benefits to being another culture, speak another language. I make more money speaking Creole, selling real estate. So, and also in their
You
community,
lose those powers if
they
you were with a white man.
they save money together. They pool their money together. Everybody knows each other.
So
Well, not
if you married outside your race, you would lose those benefits.
no, but I feel like it'll be better for me not to have a child that doesn't. My kids don't even speak Creole. It's a detriment to them when you have family members that speak a different language. You can't speak to them. You kind of put yourself outside the culture when you don't speak the language. You see what I'm
But where do
saying?
they live at?
They live in America.
So they live outside of the culture and they speak outside of the culture. And you're saying that's a detriment.
Yeah, because they can't identify with the people that had the most resources, which is their family. So I
why
had to
not?
check.
What if the other family has more resources? What do you mean has the resources?
He's talking about resources, right? He's talking
Yeah,
about benefits,
and that's
brother.
why I
What
said,
if the man has more sources and he's white? I'm confused.
Well, can he pass my whiteness to my son?
What?
You see what I'm saying? Like
You
what
said
other benefits?
resources, not
Okay, money.
whiteness.
Okay, I'm not going to, but I'm loyal to the black man, so I'm not choosing a white man over money.
So why did you bring up resources?
He brought up resources, not me.
Well, he asked about the resource because you said that they wouldn't have access because what I mean they're disconnected from that community. So he was asking for clarification by saying, "Hey, do you think that by you, if you were to marry and have children with a white man, would he not have the resources or the access to the Caribbean side of your family?" And you said
No,
no. You said they would still have the same access. So at that point, I guess what he's saying is that it really doesn't matter who you marry. Your kids are going to still have access to their family regardless.
and so they
that
should.
doesn't mean there's no consequences to who I marry. I
What would
know
the
how
consequence be?
if you're building a family, right, and you want your kids to have certain kind of values, you got to see where am I going to find those values? I don't find those values outside in a different race. I want my children to be proud that they're black. I don't want them to have to question who do I want to identify with today or period.
Why would they question it?
If they had a white father, they would question that.
Not as long as you're there.
You
Why would
telling
they
me
question?
that a kid will look at his father or look to you and say, "Why is my father white?"
No, they would have to grapple all the time. It's enough being black. Why put them in saying, "Oh well, I'm white and I'm black," and I don't know. Like I was the slave master and I was the slave back in the day. Like I have guilt and I have shame and
So
I
what
have
if he
oppression.
gets pulled
Hold
over?
on, hold on, y'all. Is there any other women on the panel that agree with what Ruth is saying, so they can maybe give a different perspective on it?
Yeah, so I hear both sides, but because because I'm Caribbean too, so I understand that. And I think kids are just going to be confused. So if they are, if their parents are both like one is black, one is white, or whatever, even one is black, one is Chinese, it don't matter. It's not just white. It's anything that's not black. And you mix. The kids they have to learn two different cultures. So let's say most Black Americans are Christians. If you marry somebody that's Chinese, that's like in a whole nother religion. So how do you, like, if you are into the Bible, but your Chinese husband is not, it's the complete opposite. How are you going to teach your kids? You going to be atheist or you going to be God-fearing? Like, what are you going to do? So it's more to it than that. It's very confusing to a child. No, you don't no. When you have a child, you got to teach them something and you give them a solid baseline, right? I don't believe in you. Hold on.
So I don't believe in what you believe in.
Wait.
Yeah, you would teach them what you believe in. You wouldn't.
Let me finish.
How would you teach something else?
Y'all sound like what's his name? Dwayne Wayne. What's his name? Dwayne Wade, that let his child become a damn girl because he letting that little boy choose, right? That's what y'all
No,
sound
that ain't
like.
what we said. That's not what I said. I said you
got
no,
a
what I'm
point.
saying is go ahead, Lady Di, and I'll respond. Go ahead.
Okay, because I hear both y'all saying that to me. But what I'm saying is you can't let kids choose in your house. You have to have like some type of this is why Ruth is saying what she's saying. Black people don't have a culture. Like, it's you do what you want to do. But like in a Caribbean household, there's a culture. In the Chinese household, there's a culture. There's culture. You know what culture is? It's just a solid baseline of guidelines that they follow. They, like, for example, in the morning, they believe in drinking hot tea before you even eat anything, just to have a better digestive system. These are like little simple stuff, but it's things in a Caribbean household that is not in the Black families, So it's things that it's not going to be able to explain, but at the same time, it's not the same. It's not the same as Black American. There's no difference. So you get what I'm saying? Like, you can't just raise kids any old way and let them do what the hell they want to do.
Let me say something real quick. I think it's very extreme to associate or make it parallel a biological choice versus a religious choice. When a biological choice, that's how you came out of the womb. A religious choice is something, a practice that you can choose from. So saying it, I think it's very extreme to say that that's similar to what Dwayne Wade was doing. You get what I'm saying? That's a biological preference.
Also, you said you let your kids choose. So that's what I was talking about.
When I say choose, I mean, if you're teaching them, hey, look, or you show, a lot of times you teach by your actions. If you get on your knees and pray at night, that's a form of teaching your kids, hey, this is how you pray to God. And if they decide when they grow up they don't want to do that, or they get older, then that's their choice.
That's changing the top.
Because
when they get older, yeah, they're gonna make whatever decision they want. I'm just talking about when they in your house before they hit 18 and able to become an adult. I'm talking about a child. Like, in your house, you teach your child what you believe in. Because why would you want an atheist in your house living in the room and you're not? Like, you don't teach a child that. You teach the child what you believe in.
We said that. We said you teach them what you know.
Yeah, that was the whole point when we was talking about. She was like, "Well, what do I teach them?" I'm like, "You teach them what you know. You don't teach them, like, why would you even struggle with that? You know what you know, and that's what you teach your kids.
But I think
there shouldn't be no confusion there.
Right?
I think y'all missed the part where she said the man, like she said, say you have one religion and your husband has a different religion, then which one do you pick?
Right. Like, that's confusing. How, like, for real, be honest, Sweeney. Like, if your wife was Chinese, I'm just being real. I know she's not, but let's say if she was, and she was into Buddhism, and you are into Muslim or something, what are you going to teach your child in the house? You're going to say, learn both? And you don't even believe in that.
It's up to the man to choose.
My kids would be Muslim.
But you're talking about a practice to choose from. We were talking about the race, the color of the skin.
Hold on. You said
that's totally different.
Get deeper. Y'all too baseline. Think about deep, like, when we talk about race, we talking about another culture. Like white, not saying people can't date white. You date what you want and you do what you feel. But I'm saying like every race is different. Just like I said, as simple as me and my husband, I'm literally South and I'm Caribbean and I got other stuff going on. My husband is straight Black American from the South. It is not the same. He don't even.
Why do you think I said when Candace Owens was talking about dating a man that was on her IQ level or he was smart and he gave her a challenge academically? Why do you think I stated that she would her culture? She don't look like she come from the hip hop culture. She might be Black, but her, the things that she's hip to, it doesn't match her skin color.
White, first of all, white is. We was talking about Caribbean, so when she brought up the Caribbean aspect, that's different. I can't. White, they don't even have a culture, honestly. White is just like Black. Black don't have no culture either.
That's just bullshit. That's disrespectful. Because we absolutely do.
It blows my mind.
Disrespectful because we absolutely do.
Have culture, like we definitely have culture. We're just
I'm talking about. No, wait. I'm gonna explain what I mean.
But we have culture.
I'm gonna explain what I mean because I'm Black too. I'm telling you, like when I have the Caribbean side, okay, it's different than Black.
So y'all have a different culture, but we.
No, that's not what I'm saying. There's a lot of Black people that just like they do whatever they want to do. There's no like solid guideline like at all. You could be whatever you want. In a Caribbean house, ain't no such thing. You're gonna do what it is that's happening right here. And most Caribbeans, Hispanics, it's the same. Like,
do you think in your culture they would have?
Hold on. Let us finish.
I'm not talking about that type of stuff. That's not what I'm talking about. That's not even a solid foundation. Hip hop, like that's cool, but that's not what I'm talking about. Like, what type of culture y'all talking about?
We do have culture.
If you guys are offended by this, that's the whole point why I would not have.
What are you talking about?
Because you got offended that she said certain things that would happen all the time.
If I said Caribbeans don't have no culture,
let her finish.
When you have a Haitian parent, like all Haitian kids could be like, oh, you sound exactly like my mom. They sound the same. I look at the young people, they sound like the old people. It's like a pattern that goes on and on and on. What she's trying to say is that there's different varieties of being Black and within the culture. So like every city I notice is a different culture. But so there is defined culture, but since it's kind of scattered, she's trying to say it's no one way to be Black. But in my culture, is only one way to be Haitian. That's how we know. Oh, you so Haitian. Like it's a joke.
No, there's a way to be Black.
So basically, in other cultures,
there's a way to be Black.
But we also have different lingo. Every subset of every city has different lingo. It's subcultures all over the place. But it's
while
more.
That is true. While that is true, hold on, wait. While that is true, it doesn't matter what city I go in. I understand exactly what they talk about and how they talk. No matter what city I go in. I understand Black people. I understand Black Americans, ADOS, no matter what the city is.
And that radio and that police radio understand your ass is Black too.
But like,
they don't give a damn about no Caribbean. Get that nigga.
And that understanding, Sweeney, that's why my husband will be Black. Because it's already there. The understanding is already there.
And the thing is like, if that's the case, then you should still have a reservation because a Black American is totally different from a Black Caribbean. If that's the case, then you shouldn't even be marrying Black American men. You should be marrying Black Caribbean men. Because there's a total difference in culture, how we move.
The sad part to all this is that if you're so strong and anchored in your culture and your people and your race and your color of your skin, and you're able to get to 30, 35 and not be married, that's a damn shame. That means you need to expand your damn options.
But I was married at 19, so.
You married now?
No. Will be.
All right, let's go ahead and get Day West in there. Go ahead, Day West.
Wait, what the you married now got to do with anything? Come on, bro.
Here go his cake. Go ahead and fly.
I'm just saying, what are you talking about? You married now? She was married at 19. She answered your question.
Somebody has
go ahead and fly, nigga.
somebody has to preserve the culture. And if the guys want to run around and just go ahead and dilute it, that's fine. But somebody has to preserve the culture. And I got that from my culture to preserve things and traditions. So I would prefer that I preserve the blackness of my family. It's no offense to no other race. They're all doing it, but we the ones want to scatter and be everywhere. And that's how we can't get together. It's going to be harder to get back together because we're everywhere, all over the place. So if the women want to do it, let them do it. And you talk about the dads, they're the ones that choose the religion. The women are on the day-to-day of with the children. I have to teach my child, pick up this and put that away. We're teaching them every single day. So if that's what we want to instill in the kids, it's not a bad thing. I wish we would just decide one thing, like, hey, this is good for our culture. If you want to do it, that's fine. We should encourage each other to stay in the same culture, not say, oh, well, you should be free to do whatever. Look at our freedom. You talk about the women's freedom and look how that's scattered.
And I preserve myself for black women. I don't want no white woman. So
hold on, wait. Are you saying she said something very important. She said, I was talking about the father choosing a religion, right? Are you saying that when you get married, whoever you marry, if he decide that he want the religion to be Islam, are you gonna be okay with that?
I wouldn't marry him.
You wouldn't?
No.
So you're not cooperative because a man is supposed to choose.
Why would I choose to have a war in my house? Why would I choose to have a religious war in my house every single day? It doesn't make any sense.
No, I'm just saying it's called submission and cooperation.
No, it's not. It's actually her picking the right person to submit to. If she don't choose that type of person, she's not going to submit to him because she didn't choose him. You got to choose the man first. What are you talking about?
I said if that man decide, hey, look, I want my children to learn it, to practice Islam.
He should find another wife.
Right. So you're gonna divorce him.
I wouldn't.
You don't just jump up out of nowhere and change your religion.
Right, let me get that Western. Hold on, let me get that Western now.
When you're serious about who you serve, you don't play with that. If that man can't submit to the same God as you, I can't submit to that man. I'm only submitting to a man that submits to God. The God
so what I'm saying is, so y'all saying that people don't change their religions.
She ain't gonna change her religion, is what she's saying.
I didn't. That's not what I asked.
Because you gotta understand, the man is actually God and not him. So if he don't want to worship the God she's worshiping, everything is messed up.
So
God comes first.
So hold on, let me get this straight. From my understanding, and I could be wrong. Somebody correct me.
I'm trying to correct you.
I believe it's the same God. It's just a different tradition and different way of worshiping and studying and practicing.
Are you moving the goalpost?
No, I'm not. I didn't say anything about God. He moved the goalpost and brought God in. I just said whenever you're with a man and you're married with him, and he decides that, hey, look, you know what? I've changed my life. I want to practice this, and I want my children to learn this. And I'm just asking, are you okay with that?
If I already made a vow, okay, that's fine. If he chooses to walk away, if he chooses to walk away, I won't let him come back because that's what my Bible tells me. So yeah, but I don't think that
Bible told you.
All right, we got
go ahead. Y'all go ahead. Yeah.
I'm deciding on everything about our children. It's something we're doing together, so it has to be a joint decision.
Okay, let me just do a well-being check on Andrea. You okay? You good?
Okay.
Uh-oh.
No, I just think that it's extremely problematic for you to go in on her for saying this is her belief system and this is how it's set up. You can't go into someone's life and then expect them to change everything because they're creating a boundary for themselves that they have learned from childhood. Because most of the times what we learn is based upon like our childhood experience. So if this woman has been raised Christian, for example, and this is her belief system, this is where she's founded, and she bears children, you then think that her saying, hey, this is my belief system and I'm sticking true to who I see as God, you see that as her being uncooperative with you.
Because I fundamentally believe that a woman submits to her husband and a husband submits to God.
Okay, so do you do recognize that people's version of God can be completely different from someone else's, right?
Yeah, I realize that. That's why I asked the question.
Okay, with you understanding that, people have died in the name of their religion, right?
Yep.
Okay, great. So where do you, I'm just trying to pick up the pieces where you think because your presence is there, that means that she changed her whole belief system for you. You don't think
Yeah,
that's
if it's my wife, yes, and it's
sounds
our
like
children, they're gonna believe in what I teach them.
okay, so let me ask you this because you're saying if this is my wife, like almost like a property thing, like a territory thing.
Yes, that's why she got my last name. She's my wife. She's a
Okay, so
property
she's your
name.
property. Got it.
Yeah.
So that would explain why your line of thought process is kind of dehumanizing her and not recognizing the fact that
it's not
excuse me, I'm
dehumanizing.
actually not done, sir. Please hold your horses. Thank you. All I'm saying is that, and this is no shade, I'm really I'm really trying. I swear to God, I'm trying so hard, but I cannot stand when men like try to like throw their weight around. Like women don't have feelings, like we don't have our own belief systems, like we don't have our own identity. Like it's like that. The way that you are talking is the reason why
your belief system come from a man.
Excuse me. The way that you're talking is the reason why so many women get in these relationships and lose their whole identity because men like you want to allow her to do that. That's what it seems like.
Where did you get your identity from?
Excuse me?
Where did you get your identity from?
From self-identity. How you perceive yourself when you look in the mirror.
Man, guess where man got his identity from? Just guess.
Do you really want me to guess? Because
Yes.
I'm actually not going to do that because that can be really dangerous.
Okay. Well, let me tell you.
Just speak for yourself.
Man got his identity from God.
Okay.
Now, guess where woman got her identity from?
Who?
Guess.
No, tell me.
From man.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Now you was a woman.
So we're just different because we just had, I mean, if that was the case, why didn't God just say, hey, this is men and I'm just going to leave them here. I'm not going to provide him with a partner. I'm not going to provide him with
because he made you.
Sir. Actually, I'm not done. Thank you.
We wanted to see some titties, Andrea.
I'm sorry?
We wanted to see some titties.
Jesus Christ, come on, bro. Let them have it, man.
It's like your brain just functions at this level that I just don't even feel like I want to engage with right now. So I'm going to let
him or me.
Okay. You let go. Mr. Let Go.
Him.
Yeah.
Golly.
And all you can do is make women feel like a piece of meat per usual. Are you happy about that? Because you're smiling like you're just smiling like you should be proud of what you just said.
Creep life.
I like titties. Sorry.
Is that all you have?
Mr. Lego messed up a whole
clip,
probably worth $200.
I would say the crazy thing is both Bruiser and Andrea are technically right at the same time. If you think about it, there's a reason why she said that she needs to choose somebody that's in a household that has a like-minded religion. I agree with that. Why? Because that would be that problem. Because you get married to somebody, which makes Bruiser point, theoretically speaking, according to the Bible, according to his lifestyle, you are supposed to follow the head of the household, which is the man. But if you have two people warring over religion in the household, who gives?
Okay, please. I have to say something.
Who gives? I just want you to answer that. Who gives in and says, all right, our kids is going to learn this? If one person is Buddhist and the other person is Christian, who's supposed to yield and who are the kids supposed to follow? What religion is the kids supposed to adopt?
Okay, let me just say this real quick because I love when y'all talk about the Bible, but y'all just like leave out important parts like the book of Ephesians that teaches the man how to treat his wife, where he takes a wife in and treats her like as his own body. So this is kind of
I don't think any of us would disagree with that.
Okay. It's just, I feel like when we talk about the Bible and we talk about marriage, we tend to like point our fingers on the part that makes us feel better. Like if you're a man, you feel like we need to like emphasize the whole head of the household thing. But it's like you guys fail to talk about the other parts of the Bible, like Ephesians, that teaches men how to treat their wives. So if we're going to go by the Bible, then you thinking that your wife is your type of a property where you're gonna demand her.
I'm not saying any of that. All I'm asking is who religion gets chosen.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about. I'm sorry.
I just need you to answer that really quick before you explain. Actually, in that scenario, who religion gets chosen, because that is a cause for a problem in a marriage. Like whose marriage gets chosen? Whose religion gets chosen?
Let me say this real quick, please, Andrea, and you could go ahead. Sweeney, you quoted the Bible saying that the man is the head of the household in the Bible. But if you're a Buddhist, that don't say that. So what are you talking about?
I'm saying no. What I'm saying is that what happens in a scenario, because that's under one religion. If you follow this religion, two people come together, they got two different religions. Who religion gets chosen? That's all I'm asking.
That's why the young
Bible with that.
That's why the young lady said that she is going to choose her husband based on her belief system and her culture to avoid dividing families, because that essentially that's what would happen. There's a divide in the household about the belief system, and it may end up in separation or divorce. So that's why the young lady was being so tactful and saying she would rather choose very carefully who she wants to be with, someone who's aligned with her culture. Well, that wasn't enough for some of you guys. You guys must keep
saying that both of y'all were technically right.
Her answer wasn't enough for you all.
And the Bible also says the husband shouldn't treat his wife with contempt. The Bible also says a man should love his wife. So
who's treating their wife with contempt?
You're going to, when you're treating people with their contempt, when you're calling them property, she do what I say, I make all the decisions, she don't have a brain, my brain is her brain, I am her God, then that's where the women be like, you know what? Like for me, submission, I don't mind it. But let me submit. You can't make me submit, because God gave me my own will. If I was only supposed to have part of my brain and the rest was your brain, then he would have made me like that. But he made me with my own brain. So when I fully submit to you, that means you're doing a hell of a job, because a whole human being decided to submit to you. You must be special. But if you're making me, coercing me, or you have to throw your weight around, then it's just.
Do you submit before or after the marriage? Do you submit before or after the marriage?
You're supposed to submit after the marriage, but I'm cooperative to that point.
So you would get married not knowing whether you're going to submit to someone or not?
I wouldn't marry somebody I couldn't submit to.
No.
Vetting. Like you vet for the person that you feel like you can submit to. So
that means that even if you chose someone of a different religion, you would then submit to that person, right? In this religion, right?
Person. That's like me bowing to another god. You understand what I'm saying, Sweeney? Some people really
I understand why you wouldn't. Why there's a reason why you won't marry outside of your religion. I get that. No, I get that.
I can't even go with the hypothetical, Sweeney. That's how serious it is.
No, I get that, but that's what I'm saying is that if that was the case, if for somebody who would, let's just speak hypothetically, for someone that has a totally different religion, they marry somebody with a different religion. That's probably
you can't be serious. I'm sorry, but
we see it every day.
I mean, but some people they do it every day. They go to church every Sunday, but it's going to be hard to do that and be married to somebody with another religion, knowing that could go wrong at any time. You can do it, but you're going to have to dim your light a little bit in your own religion. So that person's not bringing you closer to God. That person is bringing you farther away from God.
I would agree.
Your own self up. That is a divorce waiting to happen. Don't you think?
Not all the time.
So why not? If you actually love this man and accept his hand in marriage and want to love you, want to be together forever and have a family, why not just learn his religion?
It's the same one as mine.
Okay, I'm saying, like, what if he had a different religion?
That's like following somebody down a dark alley and it's a big pit, and I'm following them because he's a man. I'm going to submit and I'm going to fall into a pit. That's called the blind leading the blind. I would never do that. When you're
hold on. You said the blind leading the blind. So you basically saying the religion he's following is he's predisposed to being blind already.
One thing about my religion, everybody else is wrong. That's why they don't like us. So therefore, there's a clear right and wrong. And people can be mad if they want to, but it's a clear right and wrong. So if I follow somebody with another religion, how can darkness and light walk together? If you really believe it, you believe every other religion is darkness.
All right, we gotta get some other people in there, y'all. Let's we gotta close this one out. Let's get Trev. Let's get Andrea first, and then let's check with Trev and Jasmine and Day West.
Okay, so here's So since we're talking about the Bible, this is what Sweeney and Mr. Bruiser, I think you said, no shade. That's what you said. Okay, so what do you guys think about the scripture in the Bible that talks about being unevenly yoked and that you should not marry outside of the Lord?
I wouldn't disagree with it.
Okay, so So if that's a person's belief system and they're Christian or something like that, why, if your belief, if we're speaking about like following someone away from their religion, wouldn't that be going against God? Because it's marrying outside of the Lord and it's not evenly yoked with your partner. I mean, what are we talking about?
I don't see how you have a problem with that, since seeing that women has never had a problem marrying a man being evenly yoked, and he's covering most of the finances and earning most of the wages to take care of families over hundreds of years. Now, whenever it comes to religions, now you got to be evenly yoked.
Great. So are we talking about finances or religion? Because to
Well,
me,
you said evenly yoked. Even unevenly yoked could mean so many other things.
oh, okay. So what about marrying, like, don't marry outside of the Lord? What about that one?
What is, okay, so I don't understand this outside of the Lord. What does that mean?
So outside of the pathway that you believe that leads to God, marrying outside the Lord.
What if God wrote a scripture saying, submit to your husband? Now
I'm
what do you do?
sorry. I actually thought I asked you a question. So you're gonna respond with a question? Are you gonna answer that, or are you just?
I did answer it.
Oh, okay, great.
This man asks you to marry him, and you say yes, then you submit to your husband. Simple as that.
I mean, you got it, sir. At this point, it just seems like you want to just say stuff for the sake of argument.
No, I get what you're saying. You come from your father and your mother, and they taught you a religion.
That's not what I said.
Your fiance.
Yeah, we got to start dwindling down a little bit, man, so we can go ahead and get into that. Trev, you want to get anything you want to add?
Yeah, I see a lot of people convert, right? Particularly in like the Muslim faith. You see a lot of women who date a man who's Muslim, and then she'll just convert immediately, right? And just follow whatever it is that the person that she's interested in, even if it's not her husband yet, she just submits to it and does it. If he were to ask me what your best bet would be, it depends. And there's different levels, right? There are some people who are very religious. There's some people who are just soft religious, like they just kind of go with the flow and they do it because that's what they grew up with, but they really don't have a deep faith. So if you have a deep faith and you're deeply rooted into it, then your best bet is to just disqualify the men off the rip. Don't even try to date, right? If you know that you're that serious about it, then that's just somebody that you can't even date. Don't even date him at all. You say, oh, okay, you're of that faith. Miss me with that one. Just like a lot of ladies said they wouldn't date a white man. He's disqualified off rip. With religion, then you just have to avoid that man altogether if you can't see yourself converting in the first place, because a man is going to expect you to submit to what he's going to, right? So if you just have to disqualify him off the rip, if that's what your mode is, if you can't conform, then just don't date that guy altogether and you won't have an issue at all. So you just, if you are deeply into your Christianity or you deeply into your Muslim faith, then you just have to go to places where they are, seek that type of a man. You just have to make sure that that's what you're looking for off the jump.
I mean, Bruiser, do you accept his answer? Because I feel like he said the same thing I said, but because he's a man, maybe you can understand that a little bit more.
Yeah, he said basically what I said. You can't conform. I think did you use the term conform?
I sure did. I don't think I said exactly what she said either, but
one part.
When you say conform, you mean like bend or submit or adjust.
I actually use the word submit too, so yeah.
And that's my whole damn point. Case closed. Thank you, Trev.
No, this is what I'm saying. He said don't even choose that guy, and that's what I said. And you're like, oh,
yeah, I agree with him. But the question, I agree with him. But the initial question was, if he was because we had an argument about people changing their religion. I was just giving you a hypothetical situation, and I understand your point of view. I understand her point of view, and I understand Trev's point of view. It's totally fine. We can move on.
I appreciate that.
All right.
I think the crazy thing is, if you came to America from the Caribbean, shit, the religion in America ain't too far off from the Caribbean, regardless of the race. Catholic, Christianity, and Muslim is probably the most popular religions on the planet. So you could probably throw 10 nickels outside and hit
a black man. And hit a black man. Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and get to these super chats, man. If you guys are tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Let's make sure we hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Big at 11, $10 says, but Jasmine, what if the white guy not only has snacks, but the good snacks? Harrison Davis, $4.99, also a member, says, women never lie. That's a lie, but salute. Kenneth, $5, even the panel Sweeney and him, McPherson. Acting like the ousting of the family members that wish to taint the bloodline isn't historic. Me University, $2 says, has there ever been a fall greater than Wade's? Ray's Anderson, Lady Dad, that's not true. A lot of Caribbean families are dysfunctional. I can say that from my own Jamaican family, not true, Lady Dad. University. In any ancient culture, rebellion equals your destruction. Raise again, $4.99. In vintage Jamaican culture was built off slavery. What in the blood clot are you talking about, Lady Di? There is no set way to be Jamaican. Kenneth, $2 says, him McPherson speaking is crass elitism. Again, shaking my head. Raise, $1.99 says Jamaican average like 1,500 murders last year. Some culture. Kenneth again, $2 says a lot of judgmental banner. Bald don't mean smart. Kenneth, this is for you. Ruth, for you to read.
Pakite yo mun what? Sot jiju. Oh, on mun what? Sot. Oh, a crazy person. Don't let a crazy person judge you. See, this is what I'm talking about. You always getting tested. They want to see if I know Creole. They want to see if I can read Creole. I ain't got time. I can't pay the white people test too. No, thank you.
I don't think that was an insult. That wasn't an insult. You might want to read it again. It wasn't an insult.
Internal. It's like an internal joke. They're like, "Are you really Haitian? Were you born there? Can you speak it?" I get it. It's like a joke now, but
so that means your kids should be able to speak it too, right?
Huh? Say it again.
I mean, your kids should be able to speak it too, right? If you speak it, they should be able to speak it.
Problem. So I see the issues now. It's really hard to get them to speak it because
no, it ain't. You just got to talk to them in it. You got to offset the school. That's all you got to do is talk to them the same way.
Too much English.
All right, y'all. We got a couple more. University, $5 said, y'all urban. So law rules over your culture. The people in the, what is that word? What is that word? I need some help.
Appalachian Mountains.
Oh, yeah, Appalachian Mountains. Don't have to preserve nothing. You go there, you die. Love y'all. Thank y'all. Never used that word. Never seen it. Me University, $2 says, Lil Andrea, XX, LOL, we're happy the laws exist. Darren Woods, what does that say?
Ecclesiastics.
Okay, Miss Lego, go ahead and read the super chats, man. It'll be better than this.
No, go ahead.
3624. He that gath a wife, bigot.
Getteth. He said getteth.
Begin.
It just means begin. Beginneth.
Okay. Begin a possession and help unto himself and a pillar of rest. Sub-Zero, $10 says, wives, submit to your husband as the Lord, for the husband is the head of the wife, as Christ is the head of the church, his body, which he is the savior. AP accountability partner, $5. Ruth is 100, unwavering in her belief. If a man isn't of her faith, they're off the table, regardless of race. I love it, ma'am. You're absolutely correct. Sub-Zero. The rest says, now as the church submits to Christ, so also wives should submit to their husbands in everything. Should can be taken as an option for a woman. God gave woman an out based on those times. What's going on, brother Hank? This might be risky. 999s. I see 1 Corinthians 7:4. King James Version. Andrea, Bruiser is correct. See Genesis 3:16, King James Version. Ruth may have to concede her point also. Salute JR panel, great combo. The university outside of the Lord, marriage is oppressive. And lastly, I ain't going nowhere. $5 says Andrea doesn't know the Bible, but speaks on it. She literally the reason black men should get their passports, and we don't have positive culture. I want to thank everybody that has contributed to the platform thus far. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. I appreciate everybody Appreciate everybody helping me get through that. I was over
I
there.
can't believe we spent an hour and a half
Hold on, JR. Andrea just unmuted so she can shoot a bird. Did y'all see that? She unmuted.
She wanted you to hear it.
Kenneth says $2. Roof, I wasn't supporting you.
No, I don't think you were dissing me, Kenneth. I just couldn't see it.
Okay. All right, here we go. Hit that like button, family. Good to see Trigger Mike is in the building as well. What's going on, Trigger Mike? Y'all make sure y'all check out his show that he did this past Sunday. All right, let's go ahead and get it cracking, man. Y'all ready? We did spend a long time on that one, but right on time.
Oh, an hour and a half.
I had to go downstairs on that. I didn't even hear all that shit.
Okay. Well, we're going to talk about Jill Scott, man.
Oh,
Jill
shit.
Scott says, let that coochie breathe. Let's go ahead and get into it.
I just don't see any reason for me to pretend like I'm not these things. Yeah, I like to read a book or two. Yeah, I like to work in the garden. Yeah, I like to go fishing. Yeah, I like to spend some money on some Louis Vuitton every now and then. But I like to fuck too. And I also like to make love. And I prefer that if I could get it. And then some fucking too. And I just don't see any reason for me to pretend like I'm not these things. Yeah, I like to read a book or two. Yeah, I like to work in the garden. Yeah, I like to go fishing. Yeah, I like to spend some money on some Louis Vuitton every now and then. But I like to fuck too. And I also like to make love. And I prefer that if I could get it. And then some fucking too.
Was that it?
Yeah, that
How
was
about that?
That's all she needed to say.
What does that have to do with letting the coochie breathe? What the?
That was just something I just added on to it, man. Where's the entertainment aspect of it, Sweeney? You just can't just be straight direct, man. I thought everybody else thought it was funny.
Bro, she
I
likes
thought it was a comment. I'm like, shit, what's there to converse about?
No. So I was in the comments a little bit of that. Somebody said, you're not married. That's why. Real talk, men love this. It's attractive temporarily. It's masculine from a gorgeous and curvy fam. But don't stay with that kind of bluntness. We want it for play and temporary. I don't know, man. These comments are just wild. It's all over the place, man. But she was. I just didn't expect that, man. I seeing her in the movies and singing, I just wouldn't expect that from her. But then again, it's a lot of stuff that I didn't expect from Erica. I do as well. So let's go.
Deep throated the microphone
from Philly, right?
She deep throated the microphone on stage.
I'm not keeping up with the trends, man. Y'all know about this more than I do. I just came across this video and I just thought it was.
Hell yeah, Jill Scott about that life.
Go ahead,
Scott,
Trev.
fuck it, bro.
Go ahead, Trev. Are you on the phone? Oh, my bad.
No.
Go ahead.
I'm good. I was trying to look up something real quick, but yeah, the homegirl is from Philly. You know what I mean? Like, that's a lot of that going on. I don't see nothing wrong with it for real. But the comments I would agree with. Women who generally behave like that, you don't really keep for long term. That's just being honest, right? Men definitely compartmentalize when it comes to women like that. So you have women who, and especially when you're like putting it out there in the public, this is just your persona. We don't really like women to be sexual in public if that's our wives, right? That's just something different. That's somebody that you will go ahead, have fun, do a flyby, and then you just keep it moving. Men are very much attracted to those women, right? But it's sexual attraction. So you'll get the sexual attention. And, you know, it's important for women to be able to distinguish what type of attention you're getting. When men come at you like that, and she could do what she wants. She grown, right? But when you're trying to get married, this ain't the type of behaviors that you want to exhibit, right? And it's no secret that women do like to make love, and you know what else she said. That's fine. You can go ahead and do that. There's nothing wrong with that. But you just have to be very careful and selective as to who you're giving that out to, right? Well, once you start getting into that, you know, buck fuddy situation, then it's very difficult to get out of it. You can't turn that situation into a long-term relationship. That's just how it goes. Like I've never seen women like that as wifey material. That's just unfortunate. And I'm not saying she's not a great person. And I'm not saying she's not extremely talented, but women who are very outgoing sexually, I've never been attracted to for the long term. I'll leave it there for now.
Go ahead, Ruth.
First of all, Trav, I'm from Philly. Please, not too much on Philly. We are not all the same. So there is a Bible verse, as we talk about the Bible tonight, about a woman without discretion is like a gold ring in a pig's snout. Sometimes it's not what it's not what she said, it's who she said it to. I agree with Trev. You can't just say anything in public in general, put it out there. But that's not to say you can't be sexual, you can't speak sexual, because it's kind of like a conflict for women. It's like, why can't I say what I want to say? But if you are looking for marriage, it's like you're signaling to men that you don't have discretion. You gotta be able to filter what you say. And that's why they put you in that bucket even before they even meet you. They go to your Facebook profile, your Instagram, and they see, do you have discretion, and they automatically disqualify you. So if you are just saying any old thing on the internet just because it could be true, it's fine, but say that to your man, say that to your girlfriend, say it behind closed doors, so it won't look, so you won't look a certain way. I don't believe in like looking, like putting on. But in this case, because men are the way they are, I say they're judgmental and hypocritical in a loving way, but they will judge you, and they're not going to let you slide. They're not going to give you a pass, and they're going to think you like that with everybody. So it's not anything special for them. But if you talk sexy just to them, they are fine with it.
So, Ruth, so you don't think that people, women that's on Instagram twerking, you don't think that they are exhibiting, I want to get wife traits? You don't think that's what they're.
I told them not to twerk. I made a video on it, and I said I never seen a man bent over in submission in public for a woman, so why would I do that for a man? And then the girl said I can't twerk, so I'm done talking about it.
All
I
right.
don't believe it. I'll do it.
Okay. I'm going to go to Day West and then Jasmine. Day West, what are your thoughts about that? You think it was okay what Jill Scott said?
I myself believe in being a little more conservative than that, especially on such a platform outside of like something personal conversation or whatever. But just as we were shocked, she like auntie, somebody most people look up to, neo soul and stuff like that. So you wouldn't expect her to like just spew something out like that. But I think she was seeing it from like though a type of person like her, neo soul, earthy type of person, coming from more so a body comfortability, open sexuality type of view rather than doxy. So even though it's kind of like distasteful, but I'm not sure, what context she was trying to use it. But I believe it would be more comfortable for others that it was more discreet.
All right, go ahead, Miss Jasmine.
I don't think it was nothing wrong with what she said, just because we're in a different time in life now where everyone is just saying whatever they want, especially like on Twitter and just anywhere. And she's just really saying like she likes treating herself and she likes sex. Like that's her way of releasing endorphins, like whatever the case may be. And that doesn't mean she's being a hoe with it. That just means that whoever she's with, she just likes being with that person, because she could be with one guy and doing all this with this one person. So it's not saying like, oh, I like to have sex with multiple people. She just likes to have sex. That's her thing. Like that's something that makes fun for her. Like everything else she does is work. So that could be her hobby, whatever, just having sex. And that is a stress reliever. It gets rid of headaches, things like that. So it could just be like, hey, this is my thing. But here's a thing that bothers me. Why do married men marry, like, what do you call them, pillow princesses, or just like, conservative sex women, but then cheat with like freaky women, cheat with like the Jill Scotts and stuff like that? But like,
Who said married men marry conservative pillow princesses?
I'm just going. I know.
Well,
I know 3 married guys right now
Nah.
that
And
have
all their
cheated.
wives are pillow princesses.
Trash.
That's what they
Nope.
say. Why they cheated
Trav
is
said
because like,
it.
oh, she don't
So
do the
is it
things I like. She don't do this thing I like.
is it for lack of trying?
They say, oh, I asked or I suggested, or she's not into
So that
frequency.
means
She's
that they
not
want
into this.
so that means that they originally want their wives to do.
But
They
why would
wanted to
they
split
marry
out
them if
their
they said they're
wives,
doing it?
and then their wives said, "No, I'm not doing this with you." and then they went and found somebody that was willing to do it.
But why would they marry them if they wasn't already gonna do
Well,
it?
because a lot of guys assume that their wives would do the things that they want them to do sexually. Every man says he wants his wife to be a freak in the bed.
It's a lady in the streets.
Nobody is out. No, I've never met a man that said, "Man, I want my woman to be conservative as hell in the bedroom. I
But
want
ain't
my
that the
wife."
point of the test trial before getting married?
That's what I thought. Like, I thought
you
you
don't
test the merchandise.
So if you talk to men, you would know that a lot of men will say that during the test trial, everything's a go. And then next thing you know, pillow princess.
So you're saying it slows down and then they go cheat.
Yeah, if your woman starts to lose attraction to you, then yeah, she's gonna dial you back a bit. That's just what it is.
Next thing you know,
that's the problem with that.
You sit over there like, what the fuck happened? But you know, honestly though, if you think about it, it's far more nuanced than that. Like kids get involved and body ain't the same, and like, there's a lot of hormones aren't the same. Like, so it's a lot more things that play a factor in that than him just, oh well, I married a conservative woman and then I wanted to go sleep with a slut bucket. I don't think it's normally that. It's normally there's a lot of nuance to why people cheat in marriages.
I just wondered that because I was looking at, that Derek Jackson situation where he had like the real Christian holy wife and
Derek Jackson. First of all, no. Derek Jackson woman. Hold on, wait. Derek Jackson woman wasn't even no pillow princess. Y'all didn't hear the stories about how she used to walk past the next girl as she was coming in. Like she
wasn't participating though. She was just.
Anybody that's okay with that ain't no damn pillow princess. I don't care what nobody say.
She was being submissive to her husband.
Hey, no, I don't care what nobody say. She walked past the girl that was sleeping with him 5 minutes before her, and she went in there and sucked his dick too. Nah, she ain't no pillow princess. That nigga was just a straight up cheater. He liked this variety.
Oh man, yeah, wow.
Like variety. Okay.
All right, Jabs, did you finish?
Yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah, I think that behavior is unacceptable. Specifically if you're trying to be a wife soon, or you're already a wife and the husband don't approve of that type of behavior. It's considered hoe talk. Yeah. So you got to be cognizant of your digital footprint if you plan on positioning yourself to be chosen as a wife in the future. You got to have some class. So it's important to be careful what you say as a lady. So refrain from the hoe talk if you're still trying to get covered. And when I say covered, if you're trying to position yourself as a suitable wife. That's all I can say about that.
So what happens if you see that video like later on after y'all married and you done found it online? You like, oh, then what?
Then you just it depends on the man, and you're gonna have to answer for that. Like,
you should have seen more from her behavior and not did your homework. So it ain't no random video. She is who she is. So if you wife up that chick knowing, because women, they operate in certain kind of ways. So no, it ain't no video, it's who she is.
Think of it this way. Jill Scott, right? She's been saying a lot of the same stuff for the better part of
a long time.
For the last, I'll give her to the last like 8-9 years. So like anybody that was to marry her, she's probably saying the same shit to him or out in public. Like if you go amongst, like I guarantee you, amongst their friends and out in public, she's talking the same shit. So for a man, like there is no such thing as finding a video later of her being explicit in how she speaks, because that's who she's gonna be regardless. Like I don't think any man that marries Jill Scott shouldn't be surprised at what Jill Scott is saying, because again, this is the same woman that deep-throated a microphone in front of her audience. So like it's Jill Scott.
That's honestly.
Hold on, she not married, right?
No, she's not married anymore.
Okay, it makes sense.
Well, no, I think she's married, but she's separated. I think she.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Like there's no surprises with her.
All right, so I think the issue with Jill Scott is she don't really care no more. I think I can't say as a woman because I'm not a woman, but I think some women just be like, man, forget it, man. What's up? Like, what we doing? You know, like forget all this wife stuff or whatever. Like, ain't nobody gonna marry me. Fuck it. Let's fuck. You know, let's do this. Let's do that. And I think that's where she is. She's an entertainer. Yeah, and I think she just does what she does, and she ain't got time for all that. Well, I've never done this before. Man, fuck that shit. Give me that shit. You know, I bet she be like that in the bedroom, like, give me that shit. You know,
Yeah, she probably
so
pulling his drawers down in the room.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. She seems like
that a bona fide freak.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So some people, because at the end of the day, all of y'all are hoes when y'all want to be, you know. So, but y'all would just want, you know, somebody to look at you as I'm a princess or whatever. Yeah, and it's cool, you know, it's cute, whatever. And there's nothing wrong with that. But all y'all hoes or used to be hoes, or there's some hole in all y'all.
That's just wrong, bro.
I object.
That's disrespectful.
Whatever, Ruth. I'm sure you was a hoe for
oh, come on,
Oh my God.
somebody.
Wild behavior,
There you go.
sir.
What? All
I'm gonna be
y'all was
calling
hoes for somebody.
Nah,
There's
you
nothing
can't-
wrong with that.
You gotta pick another word. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can't say that, Lego.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. Y'all were okay, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's
Sweetie,
wait, I really want to know
just-
what is the politically correct term for what he just said?
A hoe, right? What's
304? 304.
Provocative.
Okay, provocative. So
It all being the
y'all
same
have all
thing.
been provocative for Jerome or whoever the hell. Like, y'all just gotta stop it. But I understand, you know, y'all want to sit on the edge of the bed, like, I've never sat on the bed before. What is that? Oh my God, I've never done this before. Y'all could do that, but she ain't stunned that shit. She like, just give me that shit. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. You know,
It's not even a term that I disagree with. It's just that I fundamentally believe that there's some women out there that just are raised right, that has class. And
even at a certain age, though, you be like, man, fuck that shit.
Jill Scott sings neo soul, man. Like y'all know that.
Well, I'm just talking about his statement towards saying. I'm talking about his statement towards women. Period. I don't know if you were saying Jill Scott or just women. Period. It's just
what
all hoes are initially or predisposed to being hoes by default at some point.
That ain't what he was saying.
That's the nicest thing.
He was saying that every woman was. He said that women were freaky for their men.
I said women all have been freaky for Jerome or somebody, some dude.
Oh,
okay. She done busted wide open.
But Jill Scott wasn't being freaky for somebody specific. She was just.
No, I think she's at an age where she's just like, you know, I'm not this neo soul. You ain't gotta take me out. Just pull up and, you know, let's do it in a, you know, back of the stove. Let's go. I think she's sick of this shit. Everybody's like, hello, queen. I want y'all to think about this real quick. Jill Scott probably get a whole bunch of good morning, queen text messages, and she's sick of this shit. And she like, you want to fuck or what? Like, don't I have time for all this good morning, queen? What you trying to do?
You got all of that out of her just saying she likes to have a good time.
Yeah,
like
she's sick of these dudes
getting it on just because she likes to bust it open. Like,
I'm saying she's tired of the dudes trying to hit her with the good morning, queen. Bro, like, stop. What you trying to do?
She's a grown ass woman. That's a grown ass woman.
Good morning, Texas. Like, what you want? God damn it. Yeah.
Is it okay if I said all men, all of y'all men were gay at one point? Y'all all
not gay.
Gay? Hold on.
Here's another word. Like, what's another
do?
example? Not gay. Hold on. Say we all were gay. That's crazy. But we all were something else. We all
were simps. We all were
simps. And I would agree. We
tricks
all
for a woman. Like,
fuck with a condom. We all did.
That's facts.
No, y'all missed the context of what he's saying. He's basically saying that all of y'all have been freaky, like Jill Scott was talking about.
Yeah,
all of y'all have been that for a guy, so it's not beyond the realm of possibility that all women are
That's not true,
There may be
though.
pillow
Can I-
princess
Other
to some
than-
guys.
that's also not true.
Can I
So
say
Ruth,
First
other than
statement was
gay, which is
all-
wild, we all have done whatever else you want to say, but that gay shit, that's crazy.
I think Ruth.
Whatever else you want to say,
Go ahead,
we all
Ruth.
have done.
Hold on. She's trying to say something. Go ahead, Ruth.
You said all women are hoes. It was your first statement.
I
Did you
said
not say
all
that?
y'all done busted open for Jerome. I said all y'all done did some whole shit.
Well, all
All
y'all
y'all
do
did some whole shit.
stuff.
Huh?
Like you don't like when people say all. I'm just saying, please don't say
I
that
don't
because that's
care. All y'all done did some whole shit. To me.
What is
Fair
hoe?
one.
Excuse me, what's hoe shit?
Letting the dude put his thumb in your butt.
That's hoe shit, or is that like
No, y'all keep conflating. Understand
Stop.
the context. The context
Bro, what's
is
up with you in the
All
butt
y'all
hole,
don't let
dude?
somebody
all of y'all
put their thumb
been
in your
freaky
butt.
for some
Leave
guy.
me
Y'all done,
alone.
gay?
all of y'all done had y'all freaky limits pushed with some guy. He's not saying
Right.
you're a hoe. He's saying all of y'all have done had a guy where y'all done went there with him.
Right.
That's all he's saying. That's the context.
Y'all better leave me alone.
all of y'all are not gay. Y'all just cuddle with a man, in the gym locker or something.
Who's
Once
done that? None of us have done that.
What the fuck?
Stop offending the women. Stop offending the women because it's not going down when I'm
Hey,
here.
would you
Oh my
please
God.
direct your
I'm
anger to
not
Mr. Let Go?
offending women.
Hey, that's it,
Well,
y'all.
everybody got to be gay.
Oh.
Like,
All
come
right, y'all.
on.
Hold on, y'all.
Okay.
All right, let's go ahead and get Andrea and Lady Di in there.
That is not the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
So I think that you using those words is offensive. I think that you should be willing to listen to the women tell you how they feel about you using that word. Because if we were to use certain words to describe the men on this panel, I think that you guys would feel like, victimized and say that Black women.
Like what word?
I mean, there's several words that I could say, but because I have matured and I'm not trying to pick low-hanging fruit like some people who shall remain nameless, I'm not going to call names at all.
Bruiser.
I can be without. No, I'm actually talking about you. I think it's.
I want to know some of these words too.
Yeah.
What word can you say?
Come on, y'all. Let's get back on task.
that we never did before,
There-
other than the gay shit.
The words that I have are extremely creative, but because of the fact that I'm just not going to go there.
Just one. Just one word.
Just give us one. Just give us one.
I'm
Please?
actually quite curious myself. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I want to know. Like, give us one. Ain't nobody gonna be give us one.
She don't have no words. She just saying
I
something.
can make my point without calling names because I'm an adult. Okay. All right. Thanks.
And I didn't call no names. I just said all y'all did some whole shit.
Point. Yeah, I know, but it's like you're trying to go back and forth with the women and I think it's offensive what you said. I do think it's offensive, and I think.
Okay, my apologies for anybody that I offended.
Thanks.
If
I
Black
still want to
men,
know the word. I gotta know.
Oh, yeah, let her finish. Y'all let her finish.
if Black men don't respect us, no one else will. So if we could start respecting the women, that would be a great start.
Huh,
So that was disrespectful what I said?
Come on, let her finish.
Okay, I apologize. I don't mean to disrespect you. I apologize.
Yeah, Mr. Let Go. God damn it.
Okay.
Well, you see, I apologize,
Yeah,
sweetie.
let her
You
finish.
wait the next week to apologize.
Okay.
Sweeney always gaslighting.
I don't wait 7 days to apologize, Sweeney.
I'm about to stop muting folks, man. Come on, y'all. Come on, Andre.
I also think that there was another statement, about twerking. I actually am not opposed to twerking in public. I think that it's a beautiful expression of hip hop, and I encourage it. In fact, I encourage every woman to be free and dance like there's no tomorrow. Okay, don't let these people judge you and make you feel shame for dancing and living your joyous life because you deserve. And then after that, I also wanted to address this whole this comment about like if she wants to be somebody's wife, that's unacceptable. It's so funny to me because if Jill Scott slid into any one of you men's DMs, y'all would be so quick to pick up the phone and gossip to your homeboy about it. I guess who's in my DMs today? Yeah, I said the same thing. What's she seeing me? I said the same. Yeah, it would be a whole conversation. Also, some people are not concerned. The fact that she's been married before, maybe she's living, a life where she is embracing her full self and not deciding to hide behind closed doors,
Right.
Maybe like she has to put on a mask for the public. Maybe she's just being her full authentic self, and whoever sees her and decides that they want to be with her will love her for who she is, not who she pretends to be. Like you guys are trying to encourage women to pretend because women don't like where I'm trying to figure out where
I don't think anybody's telling women to pretend.
It's just funny
Yes,
because
y'all are. Yes,
it's
y'all
just
are.
funny because I've sat here and it's just okay. How do I? The funny thing is like I've heard men say some of the most egregious things, and it's not a problem. But the woman, the one minute a woman decides to say, "Hey, I enjoy sex," now everybody is like breaking down. Like I don't get it. It's so confusing. And I just want to address one other thing. It is completely possible for someone to have knowledge of the Bible and decide to live their life whatever way they feel. So I think that just because we see people out living however they want to, we kind of like judge them or think that they didn't have a religious background where they are educated on the Bible. I think that would be asinine. And I think that Jules Scott is a person who is just a woman who's ready to express herself and go outside of the box as well. I'm sure she is aware of the stipulations around her womanhood and her sexuality and what she could be perceiving to the public by saying the things she says. But as someone who is a creative person, she's a creative, she's an artist. Expression is how she thrives, is how she lives. And I don't think that it's okay for us to be sitting up here judging her. I think she's a beautiful woman, and I think women are sexual beings, and we should not be afraid of that.
Totally agree.
Andrea, could I ask you one question? Let me ask you one question. So if you see a woman who's actively seeking a husband, right, do you think that this is like this twerking and everything else? Do you think that behavior is conducive to, would you advise someone to go ahead and just twerk publicly if you know that they are actively seeking a husband? Do you think that that would actually help their cause or hinder it?
I think the funny thing about this whole thing is that you guys think there's a certain way to act to be able to get a husband or to be married. And like, I don't think that you realize people get married because they're supposed to get married because they genuinely like this person for who they are. So they're stepping into their vision, being their authentic true selves, and a person falls in love with them for who they are. There's nothing wrong with twerking. There's nothing wrong with being themselves. And for you guys, it's so weird because it's like, it's so fake. It's so fake that you guys notion that you're supposed to act a certain way or be a certain way in order for someone to take interest in you and to marry you, as if being yourself isn't enough.
You don't think some things should be for your husband?
You guys are a part of the
But it's kind of like what I was saying when I disrespected all y'all, and I was like, all y'all done did some whole shit.
The only
like,
problem with that, Bruiser, is that she's single.
Hold on. So it's kind of like it's kind of like this weird, hey, act like this, act like that. I understand about a woman composing herself in certain, manners, but goddamn, these are humans. Like, ain't nobody feeling like, if you want a husband, you have to walk like this. This shit is stupid. Like, what the fuck is y'all talking about?
I think you're making it extreme. It's not about being extreme. I'm not trying to tell anybody that they have to be Mary Poppins, right?
If you're a wife, you want to do this. Like, shit is stupid, man.
It feels that way.
No, it's real life because men.
I'm a man. It's not real life, bro. I'm a man. I'm not
technically.
But
what I'm saying
you're
is
an exception. You're an ass eater. You're not a husband.
One mic.
Y'all reading out of a damn Dr. Seuss book. The husband.
You're reading out of the book of sodomy.
And we have to consider that we're in a different time now. Like back, I know we're going by ideals and stuff, and being that we're a little bit of an older, maybe not middle-aged generation here, but I know like younger couples now that are married, and like they'll be twerking in the club, and the husband is holding down her dress while she's twerking and stuff. Like just like,
you know what's crazy? I never hear married people talk like that.
Here we go.
Like, I'm just saying, no, that's real life. That's real life. Okay, like, listen. So what you got to understand, Lego, is like, it's just the same thing as finances. You don't take advice from people who are broke, right? So what I'm trying to tell you is that if you want to take advice, right, you would probably take advice from someone who's in a position that you want to be in to get you there, right? People who are successful at what it is you're trying to learn. That makes more sense to listen to people who are.
I don't let go. Let them finish.
I dig it. I dig it. Let go. Let go. Fine. Okay. But what I'm saying is, we just got to be realistic about it, right? Maybe you're definitely an outliner. We can absolutely think anyone would disagree with that. But what I'm telling you is that when men are looking for a wife, they want somebody who is at least more competitive publicly, right? Men don't really want women who have more experience than them or appear to have more experience than them. And that's just real. And even if most men don't want to say it, that's real life.
But Trev, what I'm trying to articulate to you is this woman ain't stunned this shit. She's of a certain age. She been married. She ain't stunned this shit. So to throw this blanket statement over, like, no matter what woman we talk about, women are looking for a wife, but like, goddamn, everybody is in different stages of their lives, and guess what? Every woman doesn't want to get married. The shit is just dumb.
The first
That's what I'm
question
saying.
Did you hear
Read
Did you hear the premise that I gave? Did you hear the premise that I gave?
It said right here, a woman should do. Like, this woman ain't stunned this shit. She trying to fuck something.
Well, the
What's
first
wrong
thing
with
you
that?
have to,
I ain't say, listen, like I said, I wasn't trying to down. Let go. I wasn't trying to down Jill Scott. I said she could do what she want to do. But the question that I posed to Andrea said, would you tell a woman who is actively seeking a husband? That was the question, and then you're going somewhere else with it. That's what I asked.
Earlier.
You advise women. You advise women. So you're telling me that you would advise women who are looking for a husband to go ahead and twerk publicly and post it, and that's going to help them find a husband. Is that what you're going to sit here and say right now?
No, and she didn't twerk publicly. So what are you talking about? You just
he's
making
not talking. He's just asking you a question, bro.
Shit.
Take the
Just
video
let go.
out of it.
He didn't twerk
Just
publicly.
ask-
What are you talking about?
Answer his question. Nobody's
He's
talking about
making
Jill
up
Scott.
shit. Of course, I won't say go twerk publicly, but I would tell the woman, you know what? I would say, I've said it before, be yourself. Because the thing about it is, I teach anti-role self. Okay, the word role self came out of the book of Mother Hunger. A lot of young women have been raised by their mother, and they have this role of being this pretty princess or whatever, and they can't do nothing wrong, and they turn into these perfectionists, and they end up ruining their own lives trying to stay within these boundaries, and they're people pleasers and all this bullshit instead of just being themselves. Women have autonomy. And if they want to get married today or don't, like, they're moody just like we are. Sometimes they just want to fuck. Sometimes they want to get married. But to sit here and like make it look like women are supposed to be these robots trying to find a damn husband, man, fuck that shit. If a man wants you, he wants you. I'm not saying go out and be a hoe or get on OnlyFans or something, but I'm just saying, man, goddamn, just be yourself. That's all I'm saying.
I have a question.
Y'all niggas be reading out of a damn book.
Believers, what is wrong with twerking precisely? I'm just curious.
In person, I mean, in public.
Like, what's wrong with twerking?
In public, like at a party, or it just depends on where.
I mean, you out with your friends, and I mean, of course, like online when you just video and twerking and got your ass in the camera, that's a bit much. But like, if you outside dancing with your friends and dropping it like it's hot, like, what's wrong with that?
Well, I'm gonna let Lady Di, because I know she's going next. So go ahead, Lady Di. Do you want to answer that question and give your take on this?
So I think of like, so if you're twerking in public, you're just talking about with your friends, minding your business. If you're just with females and you guys are hanging out, I look at like there are men that are watching. So you have to watch your surroundings. So I don't think it's safe to twerk in public. So that's my answer to that. Even though you could have pepper spray and all this stuff, you know, it's still not the same. Like, men could come and, you know, trash your whole party that you're having to yourself. And then, you know, there's going to be some type of situation where you got to call the cops. So I'm not into all of that. I think it's not safe. But do as you please. As far as what's her name? Jill Scott. I just think like with Mr. Let Go, and I think Andrea was saying as far as like in her space. So she's I guess divorced or separated. So women that are older and they've been there, done that situation already, some of them, they're not looking for no marriage. So for her to explain that she just wants to have sex, that's just what she wants to do because she ain't trying to get married, especially if she's saying it in a public platform. Like I can't, for example, I'm married. I can't see myself just saying I like to have sex. And if I did, it could have been maybe to teach other wives to have sex with their husband, because sometimes they not doing it. Yeah. But I wouldn't just like talk about it freely on a video and it's going to be posted everywhere. Because now what you just invited was men to come to your DMs. The men that you was fucking with, they going to text you. All of this stuff, you're just inviting men to come. So you wanted to say something?
Whenever you finish, I want to be next because I want to remember what I gotta say. So whenever you finish.
So it's like I'm all about. I don't need no niggas coming up to me. So y'all can stay over there. Even when I was single, I don't like all that because I don't know what you trying to do, what you want to do. Like, I'm not trying to get the wrong attention. So we do know there are men that just want to have sex, and there's men who may want a relationship, but they don't know yet because they still trying to figure it out. And then you got husbands, men that want to be husbands. I don't got time to look at 3 different type of men to see what it is that you want. So I would conduct myself into a space, not like a robot, what the fuck Mr. Lego talking about, but conduct myself in a space where I look respectable. So look respectable. I talk a certain way. Like I'm not just blending in with hoes, if that makes sense. We all are different. You got women who want to have sex and be free. Cool. I'm not like that. So how can a man see who he want to be with as far as a wife? There are men who look at wives a certain way. So if he look at me and I'm looking like her and she's a hoe and I'm not, that would be kind of weird for that man to choose and pick who it is that he wants. Some men don't want to marry women who are free like that. So I want to make sure I set myself apart to be in that space of marriage. I'm talking about marriage. If you don't want marriage, then you basically do what you want.
And that's the point right there. She don't want marriage.
Yes. Yeah, that's different. Like she been married, been there, done that. She got a kid or whatever. She's not interested. So she gonna have sex with whoever she want. 3 men, 4 men, it don't even matter. But it really don't matter because she not married. She don't got a man like who's checking for her in the space. She don't want it. So it's kind of like I can't be mad that she said that. I'm glad that she's honest. And now it shows like the men who want to be married don't marry her because she don't want
like the demonization of women.
So this goes back. Are you done? I don't want to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
This goes back to like us saying that us moving accordingly just to, make everything good for men. Like it really saddens me that you're saying that you would not twerk if you wanted to or have fun with your friends because you would be scared that somebody would try to harm you or treat you like a hoe or something like that. That's going to happen regardless if that's within that person to do that to you. You can tell a guy you don't want to give him their number and you can go get harmed. So
that's not a good point because I could walk outside and get hit. That's not a good point. I could walk outside and get hit.
Exactly, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about.
But it ain't had nothing to do with you twerking, is what she's saying.
We're talking about, you not partaking in such because you don't want to put yourself in a position for somebody to look at you a certain way. That's like, oh, I'm not gonna dress provocative or I'm not gonna wear something because I don't want to be raped. Or that person got raped because, or they mess with a.
Try not to say that word. Try not to say that word.
Sorry. I forgot the correct word, but whatever, because you're dressing provocatively, so you seduce that person to do like that's kind of that thought process to me. But
can I say something?
What I'm saying is that obviously I can't control what people want to do. I'm just not gonna put myself in a position where it can happen. Like it can happen when I'm fully clothed. I'm not saying that's not what I'm saying. That's illogical. I'm saying that I'm not gonna sit here and like show my ass twerking in front of men who may want some. That's like putting myself in danger. Did I say I can't have fun? Sure, I can have fun and twerk somewhere else, but I ain't gonna do it out on the street in the gas station or wherever the hell I'm at having fun at that moment. That's fun. Like it's cool. I get it. Like the beat is popping and everything. The music's going. You just want to have a good time. I'm not saying that you can't. I'm with you on that. But that's not the right place and the right time. There's a right place and time for stuff, and it's not.
Is there a designated twerking area where you only twerk in the designated?
Can I say something real quick?
Not outside.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, one at a time. Let's get Andrea and Rufin now.
So
let me go after her.
So I feel like y'all think that like because she was talking like that means that she's sleeping around with different men, like you were saying, like 2, 3, or 4, whatever, and then let go saying like, yeah, she's not interested in getting married. no, she could be in a relationship and talking about the relationship that she has with her man, and she enjoys having sex with her man. So it's like, I don't know why y'all think, because it's so weird how our minds, like, we just put people in boxes. It's so crazy how we don't allow people to have layers and nuance. It's wild. But I mean, she could very well be talking about the relationship that she has with someone right now that she's living with, whether she's married or not. She could be in a relationship and enjoy having sex with her partner. So I think for us to assume, because women are talking about how they enjoy intimate interactions with their partner or whoever, we just immediately label them as a hoe because they're talking about it publicly, or we label them as being like spreading themselves all over. Like, I think that's kind of wild.
I mean, I can relate to what Jill Scott is saying. That's why I said it's not what she said, it's who she said it to. Like you said, proper place and proper time. And personally, for as far as twerking, I don't want to disrespect myself. So it's not about how I look. It's about I don't want to disrespect myself and me in front of God. I'm not trying to do that. So it's not to say that when I was younger I didn't try it, but some things you realize is just not you. And I don't understand, like, it just because you don't twerk doesn't mean you're not free, doesn't mean that's you're not being yourself. Like, we need to stop connecting ourselves to certain things. If that's not really you, you should be free to say, I don't twerk, I don't want to, or I do it in my house.
But we shouldn't judge other people for doing it. If someone decides they want to go out,
you get judged for not twerking.
I'm not judging anybody. What we're specifically referring to, because I wasn't even the person who brought up twerking. Somebody else brought up twerking and started penalizing it like it meant like, oh, she's twerking, that means that she, like, y'all need to really cut that out.
Exactly.
Like, it's nothing wrong with people who are okay with being their bold,
Being themselves
and loud self. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
And I need for you guys to realize, when it comes to the way that y'all look at marriage is so weird for heterosexual people. It's crazy. So it's like y'all try to put this mask on to pretend to be something else to catch someone. So you're hiding yourself to get this person. Y'all don't find that to be like kind of like weird? Like, why would you want to? Then you have to keep up this act and this facade this whole time. Do y'all realize there are men out there who will love you for who you are? Do y'all know that? Do y'all know there are men that will marry you for who you are? And they will.
But why you say it's hiding? Like, if I say
it's hiding in a way. It's hiding in a way.
Don't mean I don't twerk.
One mic, y'all. One mic.
But what I'm saying is, Andrea, you saying hiding, but how do you know wives or whoever you talking about specifically are not doing these things behind closed doors with their man, as if they hiding there? They're not hiding with their man behind closed doors. All that free shit you talking about, they doing already. So what are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is you just sat here and said what I'm talking about is you just sat here and said, you know, I'm gonna be in a room with all the girls. I want to stand out. I want to be different. So I'm gonna do this. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna do this. So it's giving off the impression that you're trying to be this image of this person to stand out to whom? Are you walking around to impress men, or are you walking around to enjoy yourself? Are you there because you want to be there and have fun with your friends or whoever? Or are you trying to like keep up this kind of like this image when behind closed doors, you know how to twerk, you know how to throw your ass back better than anybody else, but you're acting like you acting like you can't be that without the fear of somebody like attack. Like, I don't know, like y'all got it.
That,
like,
I said that I didn't want to blend. I said I didn't want to blend in with whole like behavior. So there are women, I'm not talking about you or whoever on this panel. There are women who twerk and they are sexually active with multiple men. So I'm saying that I don't want to blend in with that. That's what I said.
Wait, did you compare twerking to
twerking was sexually active with multiple men?
Because I was going to say before you even said that, you keep connecting twerking to being a hoe, which goes back to what, like, it's kind of like
women like to twerk.
So at that point, are you trying to act better than other women in the club and you're not a hoe because you're not twerking?
I didn't say in the club. Someone asked me, where should you twerk? I said the club.
In the designated twerking area.
I said do not twerk in public, like outside in the street. You at a club, you there to dance. That's stupid. Of course you could twerk.
Wait,
there.
so
Who's
she can
twerking in the
so she
middle
can
of
twerk?
the street? Nobody was talking about twerking in
There
the
was
middle of the
some
street.
ladies who was twerking on top of an ambulance while they was trying to.
No. We out of context.
Hold on, y'all. We're going all over the place with this twerk.
Jay West was saying twerking in the club, and Lady Di, you unmuted and said she needs to find a designated twerking area to twerk in. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
She said,
I didn't hear the club. I'm thinking y'all talking about in public. I said
said
gas
the
station.
club.
My statement. I said gas
She literally
station.
said, her and her homegirls are in the club twerking. What's wrong with that? And you started telling her to twerk over in the corner or something. I'm like, okay.
Hold on, Ruth. We got to go to Bruiser because Bruiser was next.
So what I would say is this: your character, everybody is an influencer in some capacity, and your character is important. You know, you gotta consider your daughters. You know what I'm saying? Children that watch you, children that look up to you, and we gotta be honest. Most people associate popping your ass and your pussy with a negative connotation. So if you can get yourself to be considerate of other people, especially, you know, your daughters, if you plan to have daughters, we got to look past just being married, just ourselves, position ourselves to be wise in the future. You also got to think about, do you want to have children? You know, do you want your daughter out there doing that? And think of how it makes her look. So just try to be more compassionate about your character and your image. Yes, if you want to do things like that, you should consider your image. You know what I'm saying? Impression is everything. You know what I'm saying? You want to make a good impression on people when you encounter them, especially if you want to involve yourself in business and other things like that. So you got to consider all those things.
Bruiser, all of our daughters are going to be out twerking in a club. Like, stop it.
That's disingenuous to say.
Speak for yourself.
Speak for your daughter may be out there.
Are we at a job interview or are we at the Beyonce? What are we doing? Are we listening to Beyonce? Or are we
what the hell is wrong with y'all?
Let your daughter go be twerking out there in front of ambulances and shit, shaking her ass, popping that thing.
I said in the club, just dancing like women like to dance. Your daughter isn't going to want to dance.
Part of the reason why Candace Owens married a white man anyway.
Your daughter.
No, hold on, wait. Let's say for the sake of argument, Andrea is completely okay. Andrea is right, and Mr. Letgo, you agreed with her. People should be able to do what they want, behave how they want. Then I should never hear you tell men what they should or shouldn't be doing to do anything, because they should be able to do what they want. You shouldn't tell men.
Well, no,
there is no.
I didn't say men are children. I said women are children.
No.
Don't put men and women in the same box. Women are children, not men.
I said people, and you agreed. So
no, she said women.
I don't want to hear nothing from you about telling men what to do.
She said women.
No,
she said women.
No, she did not. She said people.
She said women. I meant women. I heard women.
So women can do whatever they want, but then you're gonna tell men that they gotta adhere to some rules that you came up with?
Yes, adhere to rules. That's what men do.
Respectfully. Fuck you, respectfully. No, we're not gonna let you do that shit. If you're gonna sit here and
why you want to be a woman or something? You want to be a woman? You want to twerk? Sweeney, you want to twerk? That's what you want to do. You want to go outside and twerk?
Now you're trying to shame. But no, I think men should.
No, you want to go out. You want to twerk. You want to do what you want to do, like a girl.
They want to do. I think men should be able to do whatever they want to do.
And twerk.
Why you keep going to twerking
like a girl? Because that's what we're talking about. We're literally talking about twerking. So you want to twerk like a girl?
We're talking about people doing what they want to do. You trying to
like twerking like a girl? That's what you want to do?
No. So are we gonna have an adult conversation? Or you gonna still be stupid?
You're the one being stupid, talking about men can do whatever they want to do.
Man
never said men can do whatever they want to do.
Hold on.
That shit sounds weird.
So no, you said that men can't do whatever they want to do.
No, we can't.
Yes, we can.
No, we can't.
Who gonna check us?
No, we can't.
Who gonna check us?
So you sound like a girl now.
Who gonna check us? Can you check
sound like a girl?
You check
you sound like a girl right now. Who gonna check me? Go ahead and say it.
Who gonna check us? Answer the question.
Go ahead and say it.
Who gonna check them? Who gonna check who don't want to do
all right, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
You want to be a girl?
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Who gonna check me, boo? Go to Turkey Leg Hut and twerk.
Being a girl and answer the
Twerk at
question.
the Turkey Leg Hut.
Hold on, y'all. We gotta keep it moving. Y'all.
Hold on, JR. You gotta let us have this.
No, it ain't nothing to have.
It's not going nowhere.
See, men can't do what they want to do. You acting like a
No, man
child.
can't do what they
Hold
want
on.
to do.
Shut up.
No, you
Come on.
shut up.
Hold
Joe,
on,
shut up.
gentlemen.
That was like you, bro. Stop
Yeah,
it.
Shut up,
check
bro.
me on that. Nah, check me
Gentlemen.
on that one.
The leader
Go
of this
ahead,
Go
man.
ahead, man. Go ahead,
says,
man.
we moving on, so you shut
Wait,
the fuck
hold
up.
on. Hold
You
on,
shut
y'all.
the fuck up. Clown
Yeah.
ass.
Why don't men twerk?
They do it.
Sweeney twerks.
Your mama twerk.
Pause.
What if
Y'all,
a man
you
starts
see that,
twerking and
right?
it
You
became
see
popular,
that,
why
right?
don't
You
you
see
guys
that,
twerk?
right?
I think she's trying to make a point. I think she's trying to make a point, y'all. Hold on.
No, hold on. You
No,
don't
no,
say your mama joke, you grown ass
Shut the
bitch.
fuck up.
Fuck is
No,
wrong with you?
oh, now I'm a bitch.
Oh Lord
Now,
Jesus.
Gentlemen,
You need
gentlemen.
to learn how to shut the
Cut
fuck
it
up.
out. Cut it out. Cut
you
it
need
out.
to know how to shut
You
the fuck up.
Man, y'all got to cut it out, man. Come on. Let's go ahead and finish the show. All this unnecessary.
This nigga,
Quit acting like a bitch.
your mama's bitch.
Why
All
don't
right.
men twerk?
You came from your crazy ass mama ass bitch.
I'm
too.
gonna be in
Nah.
Dallas, bro.
Okay. And the other men want to answer my question? Can y'all explain to me?
What was the question?
What's the question?
Why
Got you
don't men
covered.
twerk? If it was a thing and it was a different dance and it was like twerking, why wouldn't all the men twerk? Because why do women have to twerk? I'm confused.
We have
Most people aren't interested in a man's ass. That's just not a
Men and
thing.
Nobody wants to see a
twerk.
man
Like
twerk.
That's
it's
why we twerk. We twerk because twerking is life. Duh.
That's the
But
culture that we were
I want
talking
to know
about earlier.
why men don't follow each other as much as women follow each other.
Because women are children.
You know what? I don't twerk.
well, women
but
are
I feel
communal
like
thinkers.
the type of dance that some women like my age do is a little more sexual than twerking. Like I think like the Caribbean girls would know something about whining and stuff
That's
like that.
whining. That's different.
Make me
Sexual than twerk.
sweat. Make me holler.
Exactly.
I ain't was talking about them niggas that used to hip roll back in the day. Y'all clown them niggas every day. Don't sit here and ask us why don't men twerk, because y'all don't like that shit.
I just got a question.
Hey,
I got a question for the girls that's acting uppity. Y'all wasn't twerking when Pretty Ricky was out. I know y'all was twerking. So y'all better cut that.
no, we weren't.
Y'all
And
better
niggas
cut
don't
that.
know
Y'all
anything.
better Pretty Ricky.
I was body rolling.
Listen, like you was twerking when Pretty Ricky came out. I know you wasn't. You was twerking when Pretty Ricky came out.
Bro,
I
a
never
year
twerked.
from now, just remember when I see your motherfucking ass, it's
Oh,
Come on, y'all.
how long it take, nigga.
Come on.
It's not gonna be-
Come on.
But
I'm in Dallas, nigga.
They come out here tomorrow for all I give a shit.
Come on, y'all. Hey, we got to show y'all. Come on. Come on, y'all. We got to show me. Y'all too grown for this, man. Come on.
y'all go fight on Instagram.
Y'all are talking about twerking. We'll get out of hand.
And ladies, we're not. I don't think that anybody has to be a prude, right? That's not what we're really getting at, because that's too much, right? Or a robe, as somebody described before. That's not what we really need, right? We just want somebody who just knows how to conduct themselves. Just like there's certain things that are expected of us, right? There's a certain level of masculinity that is demanded upon us, right? And we accept that, right? We understand that there's certain things that we have to be in order to obtain women. We know that we have to work on ourselves. There's plenty of things we got to do. We know we have to be set to provide. We have to have our stuff together. We have to have structure, right? We have to be a good leader. There's so many things that are demanded of us. We got to make sure we smell good, we look good. We don't just go out there like, well, the most of us anyway, right? Once we understand what it is that we have to do, we accept what it is that we have to do to obtain a woman, a wife, a girlfriend, or whatever. We know it's things that comes with it, right? It's understandably hard for men and women. We accept it. We know what we need to do, right? To do our part to attract women, to keep women. We know what we have to do, and we do it. So all we're saying is that we just don't want men. If you don't know, men don't want women who have a lot of experience with other men, right? And no matter how you spin it, if we see a woman behaving in a certain way, we're thinking like, oh, damn, I already know what time it is with her. And I'll tell you this, 9 out of 10 times, I was never wrong.
Yeah.
It didn't take me long to size it up. I knew what the female was about. She could run her mouth for a minute. I could just see how she moving, and I already know. I know what's up with the woman, and nobody can't tell me that. Any lady want to disagree, you probably haven't dated more ladies than me. That's all I'm going to say. So it didn't take me long to size a woman up, see what she's about. I knew who to go for. I knew who would take more time. This lady might take 2 weeks. This lady might tonight. And this one I have to work on. We know that as men. Once you deal with enough women, you understand that. We know what the thresholds are. So we could go ahead and say, okay, we don't want to do this, but we know what type of woman you are just based on how you moving. Just like you size up men every day. You know what type of dude you dealing with just by looking at him, talking to him for a minute, and you realize whether you want to deal with him right away or not. That's all we're saying.
Y'all, please listen. I got a question for y'all. Okay, what would he talk about? Because anybody even. First of all, I want to know when Cash Money is taking over for the 99 and 2000s.
Everybody's twerking.
Like it's
Everybody's twerking.
Yes.
Everybody twerking.
Every last one of them shaking their ass.
Every last one of y'all. Y'all don't stop capping.
Every last one of them, including Lady Di.
She just want to go to the bathroom and twerk.
Hey, y'all, we gotta get to the main topic, y'all. We're gonna go to Lady Di and go to the main topic. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, I never said I ain't never twerked in my life, okay? I'm saying that when I decided that I wanted to be married for a while, I'm saying that I understand that men don't like a certain type of lady. So I ain't gonna be that, or I'm just not gonna be married. So I wanted marriage and I wanted kids. So this is what I wanted to do. Everybody don't have the same agenda. Some people, they conform to their job. They do whatever their job is saying to get money. It's the same thing. I wanted marriage. So that's what I'm saying. I just wanted to make sure I didn't look and blend in with people that are not of marriage material. So that's all I'm saying.
All right.
I would say,
brief, Ruth.
Go
Yeah.
ahead, Ruth.
I was gonna say that when you are in a relationship, you have to think about the other person. So if they don't like something or is going to embarrass them in front of society, then you have to like tone it down. And so if you want to be married, you got to think about the other person. If you don't want to be married or in a relationship, then you could think about yourself. But you can't make people like say stay selfish and then still be married. Like as soon as you have a child, you realize that all of that is out the window. You always got to think about somebody else. As soon as you're married, you realize that you always got to keep the other person in mind. And I just think that we've seen on the panel, some men are, small percentage of them are okay with twerking, but the majority, they don't want that. They don't want to have that image out there, and you represent them and he represents you. And the last thing I would say is the equivalent is like, if your man was walking around with his pockets empty, showing everybody he was broke, you would be embarrassed and you'd be like, please, honey, don't do that no more. So therefore, that's kind of like similar to me in my mind of how it looks for a man to see his wife twerking out there.
Can I just say one more thing to add to hers? That was good. That was good response, great response. But you left out one more thing. I get it. You have daughters. Also, if you're an influencer, if you have people looking up to you, like young girls and stuff, that's also important, even if they're not your kids. Because I think we give people a pass. If they don't want to get married or they don't want to have kids, we give them a pass. No, you got to understand as a people, you know what I'm saying? You got other people looking at you, you know, they inspired by you. You also got to consider that too, because I mean, you look at Megan Thee Stallion and all these other women on that have all these millions of followers and young girls up under them, and they're getting influenced by them too. So you got to consider that as well.
All right. Swinny, you want to say something real quick?
Ruth said what I wanted to say, so we can move on.
All right, let's get to these super chats. Lady Di going on the FBA Summer Jam screen. Miss Parker for 26 months. Hey y'all, Lapeef J.I. Shout out. What's going on? Ovi, $5 says Dre finally changed her outfit. Yeah, y'all better leave Jill alone before she reintroduced herself as Jilly the Kid. LOL. Insane $2 says make Shane great again. It's underrated. Raise Anderson 199 as a fellow man that eat booty. Mr. Lego is right. Congo English $5 says Lady D, your deposition. The Universe $2 says yes, I'm a hoe. Chris Styles show Boondocks. Ikene $5. Mr. Lego is keeping women single so he can buy them tires and lick their A. Men prefer women to be conservative, be single if it's not you. Juicy Work show. Gifted 5 Lapeef Network members. Just salute to you for that. Sub-Zero, $10 says, there has always been a tax revenue to collect when society openly embraces deviancy. Is that how you said it?
Deviancy.
Deviancy.
Yeah. Is it also true we men choose women as wives that do not engage in said deviancy? Did I say that?
Yep, deviancy. You got
in the public eye. Today's definition of right is right until. Rojo, $2 says time, place for everything. Big at $11, $10. Black women, you've been twerking for the past 20 years when you going to come up with something new. Hell, even Let Go is twerking now. Mommy 3 with the $9.99 super sticker. The real Pookie became a member. Salute to you. Abraham Lacey, $5. No man wants a public hoe, and no man will marry a woman in a club or OnlyFans. They are recreational use only. Harrison Davis, $199. The disrespect is real. Joe Henry, $5 says, so twerking is now an expression of female empowerment, correct? Hence the knock on black female image. 2 words, freak fouls. Juicy Work Show, $199. Real topics all night. She Black, $199. Now that was funny. Joe Henry said there's no value in a woman who lets her cheek clapping, i.e. twerking, speak for her. John Henry again says, when Cash Money took over, a fair portion of those women became single mothers. Say something else silly. And saying you want $5 says, by the way, twerking to the back that ass up is some 304-ish that most women do. And we watching too. LOL. Just don't do it in a family restaurant. Will Dickens, $5 says, Andreas playing Tony Childs, the narcissist from The Girlfriends, very well, and Let Go is William. John Henry, $5 says, 2 women on the panel are not about protecting the black woman's image. I want to thank everybody that contributed to the platform thus far. Hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to all my green gang that's out there. Everybody gifting Lapeef memberships. Thank you. Everybody that's came back. Good to see you guys. And,
Is Jasmine eating water?
is she eating water?
She's eating water. Oh, I didn't know. I thought she was eating water. Okay, I didn't know what was going on. Okay.
All right, it's time to get to the main topic. Women never lie. Women never lie. Is that true? Just going around the panel. Do y'all believe that?
Yeah,
Women lie all
Sure.
day when they wear
Never
it.
What'd you say, Trev?
I said they never lie.
Yeah. Women never lie. They might not say the truth, but they always show you the truth. They always show you the truth. Let me go ahead and play this clip.
Reality is a lot of men will say, she lied to me in the beginning. She was so good. She was so good. She lied to me. She lied to me. She lied to me. Women never, ever, ever lie. Never do they lie. They might not say the truth, but they always show you the truth. Every woman that you've been with that has hurt you, used you, cheated on you, stolen from you, whatever it is, she showed you her red flags from day one. You chose to ignore them. You chose to ignore them. This is what women will do. They meet a man and they'll basically show their red flags in not so clear ways. So they might show it simply by how she dresses. And she might show you that she might be provocative. Or she might show you with her sexual behavior. She might be very sexually liberal. She might show you in terms of how she talks about her exes. She might say that, oh, this guy was so toxic, this guy was so this, that, I'm still in love with this guy, whatever it is. She shows you some of her traits. She might show you through how she is as a parent. She might not have kids and not prioritize them, or she may have denied another man access to the children. And you think you're going to be captain stepdad and you're going to save the day. But the reality is she showed you that she denies men access to the children if she doesn't like them. And you think you're going to be immune to that behavior? Not possible. So these women always, and myself included, we show men all of our red flags. Now we pick the man that allows us to get away with the most nonsense. Now, if you don't have many red flags as a woman, what will happen is you attract a man with really clear boundaries. What will happen is a man with boundaries can only be with a woman who doesn't have many red flags because they're a perfect match. She doesn't do too much. He doesn't tolerate too much. They work really well. But a woman filled with red flags will only select a man who's filled with low self-esteem. She will find the man who doesn't know how to exert his boundaries, doesn't know how to look for red flags, and doesn't know how to stand up for himself. That's the man she will select. So if you are a man with really low self-esteem and really value the connection more than the respect that she's giving you, you are going to find yourself constantly manipulated, cheated on, and disrespected by women.
Uh-huh.
All right, go ahead, Trev.
Did anybody catch what she just said? Maybe you will believe it now that a woman said it about the red flags. One of the main things that she mentioned was dressing provocatively, and she will let you know. And the second part of that was that the type of a man that you will attract. And that's all I'm saying. Maybe you could believe it now that she kind of articulated it, but she said it. Those two are the most powerful points that resonated with me. And I do agree. When she first, the way the question was phrased, I thought it was funny. But yeah, she's right. Women usually don't. I can say that there are some women who perform better than others. They can really hold on to their representative for quite a while. So men, you must exercise discernment. You must, because some of these women won't show you these things because they know how to behave to kind of cater to your needs in a way. But for the most part, yeah, you'll find these red flags. You'll see them. Definitely the way she dresses, the way she talks, the way she treats people, and you'll understand what you're dealing with early. And it's important to not ignore them. When you see them, first time a person shows you who they are, you better believe them. I'll leave it.
All right, we get Jasmine in there.
I definitely agree with what she's saying. Like, I mean, I do believe women lie for sure. I mean, that's just crazy. But as far as omitting is definitely the truth. Like, we're not going to lie straight out, but we definitely might just leave out some pieces and then just let you try to put the clues together later. But just because I think we care more about feelings at the time. So we like whatever we're saying, we're just trying to preserve your feelings, maybe not make you feel bad. But all in all, we're not trying to show up false or just be hurtful, like intentionally. But I would say most of the time I would lie if it's just something that I know is going to blatantly like hurt your feelings, and I know that I can preserve it, and something you just don't need to know for the sake of just not knowing. Like, you can live without knowing this, but I'm not just gonna be a compulsive liar, just be lying about everything. That's just a waste.
So you going for the weaker guy?
No, but I tend to seem to attract beta males for some reason, so I don't know. Can't seem to escape them.
You said you seem to attract the mediocre guys?
I attract like beta men, like very emotional men that I guess I don't know how to describe it. Like, I don't attract very like masculine alpha men, you know?
Okay.
Why
Could it
you
be the
say
boundaries?
that?
Could it be because they have the boundaries that they won't tolerate? Like, I mean,
What do
it
you
kind of goes
mean?
back to what we were just talking about. So one of the main things she was explaining is that these men have boundaries, and maybe you are something that they wouldn't tolerate.
Like what? Like, you
So
saying if I
you're
lie or
probably
something
an
about?
alpha female. Are
What's
you an
that?
alpha female?
I don't think I am, but I think I'm really quiet. So I don't know. I don't know where I think because I'm so soft and emotional, I attract soft and emotional people. I don't know.
No, that's not how it works.
Really?
No, masculine men are definitely attracted to femininity. Soft women, for sure, for sure.
Maybe I'm just not surrounded by a lot of masculine.
Uh,
Maybe they're just not my orbit.
based on some of the things that you were saying, because you got a little mouth on you sometimes. Like, so
Really?
yeah. Like I've heard you say on this pod, even just now, you were saying that you don't want to hurt their feelings. So it seems like there are things that you would say that may hurt
Same.
somebody's feelings, but it's not you hurting their feelings, it's that you just don't have no filter. And when you feel something, you're gonna say what you feel. So
No, I'm very much a lot like beat around the bush kind of person, because I don't want to like just I'm not a blatant blunt person, so I don't want to. I'll find another way to get to it without saying it in the harshest way. Like saying they're like, oh, your fit is not cute, or your sex was whack, or something like that. I will find a way to make it sound nicer or more pleasant or something. So really I'm putting myself in a hole by not really being blunt and upfront and not, I guess, communicating expectations properly because I'm trying to be nice.
How does that attract somebody that's I guess to your definition beta then?
I don't know. That's what I've been. I don't know. Me and my therapist been trying to figure it out. Well, I'll let you know.
Is it beyond the realm of possibility that you may behave that way with both, but then the only person that's willing to deal with it is someone that's beta, so to speak? But you've tried, like you are who you are, but there's one guy that'll put up with it, and then there's a guy that won't put up with it. So it's not necessarily that you're attracting. It's the only, like, if you're being disrespectful and popping off at the mouth, the only person that's going to accept it is a mother that gets disrespectful. Not saying that that's what you do, but if that's what you, and there's only one person, one type of person that'll accept that.
I don't know. I rarely have arguments, so I don't know.
I think she's here looking for answers, so I don't think she got the answer. So she
I
looking
don't
for.
have the answer. I don't have the answer.
Because I don't see a person that's genuinely nice or that's even to your degree, like you may fake it and say, well, I'm gonna be nice and everything because I don't want to ruffle any feathers. I don't see a person having a problem with that.
I don't think that either. That's why me and my best friend are coming out of Texas because I think we just think all the men here that's left here are just trash. So yeah, we coming out here.
So
I'm
confused about this. How do you define beta? Just your own personal definition, nobody else. Like when you see a man, you like, okay, I only attract beta men. What is that?
Extremely emotional, let me make most of the decisions, even if I don't feel like it. Like I'm tired, I'm working all day. They work, but they're like, oh, they don't know what we're gonna eat. They don't know when it's time to get the car fixed. They don't know when it's time to like do things. Like I'm making all of the decisions. I handle all of the bills. I handle all of the
question?
That's what I mean by like beta. They're not leading anything. Like it's not.
Can I ask you a question though?
Yeah.
It was a time a few weeks ago, and it was like see, I don't like men like Miss Let Go, sit your ass down, right? And you know, it's okay. We was just joking around or whatever. But it seems like that certain masculine men you probably are either afraid of or stay away from. And because it's not about who we attract, it's about who we actually entertain. So the person that actually ends up in your bed, ends up in your life, is a person that you chose because you're pretty. So all kinds of dudes probably try to talk to you or be in your DM. You are entertaining beta males. So you got to look at inside of yourself and not these men. I don't know why I keep doing this. You know why you keep doing this. You just don't really want to either acknowledge it or admit it. There's a certain energy that in my opinion, that you may actually be afraid of or apprehensive of.
I mean, I definitely don't want an abusive guy for sure, but it's like I think too maybe sometimes
I'm not saying
more better
masculine.
Maybe they're better conversationalists, like because alpha men are, like I said, they're working hard, they're tired, maybe they don't got time to be talking all day. So maybe the beta men are better conversationalists, so they can
see how that would be a choice.
They're more available.
They're more available.
Yeah,
like
they're more available.
There you go. But do you see as a you thing? We can't just sit around. Oh, I don't know why these people can't. No, it's you. So I just wanted to let you know it's your choices, and we got to stop putting everything on men.
I'm not putting it on them. I'm putting it on me. I'm saying that I seem to end up in these situations.
But
like I want a man to
you don't know why. If you don't, because you never really thought about it, it would help you in your life to actually sit down and just say, okay, why do I keep doing this? Instead of just, because if you don't, you're going to keep doing it and you're not going to get the results you want. You know what I'm saying? So you got to sit down and just say, okay, what is it? And just like Dave West said, these guys are extremely available to me and they can sit on the phone with me all damn day, all damn night. Hey, what you doing? Hey, what you doing? Don't nobody have time for all this shit. So if that's the type of guy that you're used to, either stay with that type of guy or fix your mind to say, okay,
I gotta be with a man that has shit to do. He ain't got time to be on the phone with me, and I gotta be okay with that. But if you're attracted to hey, hang up first. No, you hang up first.
That's why I'm single now. That's why I'm single now, because I'm waiting for my alpha man. I'm staying single till he comes.
Oh, wait a minute. What?
Yeah, but Jasmine,
Wait, what happened to do
Jasmine,
with no car?
You said
What
what?
happened to
Jasmine.
what happened to do with no car?
Everybody talking at the same time. They can't hear.
I took y'all advice and let it go.
Oh, hell.
Good job.
So,
Good job.
so
Get
Jasmine,
rid of that dude.
Jasmine, for real, you're mentioning Jasmine. You're mentioning this is what you're attracting, but there's some part of it that you're attracted to, right? Because you don't just end up with guys. God isn't just throwing random men on your lap. You're like Mr. Lego said, it's who you're entertaining. You are attracted to some part of that.
I'm
right?
attracted to potential.
No, there's certain
You
things you
sound
can have
dumb.
potential with. But no, you can't
You
do that.
just want somebody, just like the woman said in the video, you just want somebody that's gonna let you do stupid shit and don't say nothing about it. He ain't got no boundaries, and he can't tell you no. Stop it.
I don't do stupid shit.
No, I mean that's not what she wants, but I think that's what I said. I said I don't think that's what you want, what you desire, but I just think by default you don't realize that that's what you're attracting.
Because there's a want and then there's a need. You got to go after what you need and not what you want.
You're exactly right.
Some other people real quick. Go ahead, Ruth.
Mm-hmm.
I just sometimes I really want to know what the men are thinking. As far I'm just interested. When she said that, did you guys automatically assume when she said beta male that her behavior is masculine?
No, she just like half gay dudes. It's okay. Some women like that.
Okay.
No. I just think that is some part of these guys that she's very attracted to, right? But and she might be terrified of the structure and the demand of having one of these men who are alpha, and she would probably stay away from him and eliminate them off the rip somehow because they're around. They're around. If you're not ending up with them,
they're not around. They're probably married already.
Yes, they are. They definitely
Well,
are.
I think this is a case of what the woman said in the video. She's showing us, but she's not telling us the truth. You know, basically these men are suckers. You know what I'm saying? She attracts suckers.
Lames, yep.
She's got to figure out why she attracts suckers. You know what I'm saying? She may know it, but she might be okay with it because now she can manipulate. I think that's what it is. I think, and I don't think it's just her. I think it's a lot of women that, you know, they rather have a sucker that they can manipulate than the man they got to submit to.
Because I'm telling you, sit down and shut up, and you ain't gonna want to hear it.
The way we word this is as if it's just happening to her. No, you
right
exactly what you're picking, and you like what you pick until you no longer like what you pick.
I didn't choose this life.
Yes, you did. Yes, you
No,
did.
I didn't.
That's that problem right there.
Unsubconsciously, child. Unsubconsciously.
No, I thought I was gonna be married by
subconsciously. All of that. She's picking exactly what she's picking. This ain't just happening to her.
That is not fair because I chose a guy that I thought was gonna be husband material, and
he didn't choose you. That's the problem. He's supposed to choose you.
She said that she threw him back in the water. She said he pat him on the head. She's like, "No, boo boo, you're not there yet." You did say that. You said you're not there yet.
46 years old with no car. Like, what the hell?
Love you, Jeff. Your hair's great.
All right,
Anyway.
let's try to get it back up on topic. I know we're talking about Jack now, but women never lie. Ruth, they might not say the truth, but they always show you the truth. What's your thoughts about that?
I mean, we can't assume that women always tell the truth. That's probably how you underestimate a woman. Our weapon is our mouth. So we kind of tell on ourselves. If you let somebody talk long enough, they're going to reveal a lot about themselves. So if you don't know them, then you're not listening. You're not asking enough questions. You're not vetting properly. You don't know what to look for. But if you let anybody talk long enough, they're going to tell you who they are, their biases, and their judgment calls, a lot about them. And so I do believe that a lot of women pick people that they can manipulate. You're just, if you think that you're the prize and that you got it all going on and these guys can't measure up to you and you just throw them back in the water when, not you, Desmond, just in general. 'Cause I just said that. Like you could just like, I just pick whoever I want and that's it. But it's just like, we have to realize that we're picking each other and then men are going to have to seek you out. And that's why I said back to the twerking, it's like, you want to put yourself in the best possible light and have the best version of yourself out there. And you're going to have to change. You're going to have to grow up. You're going to have to mature sometimes. If men have to stop going to the club, get married, then women going to have to start growing up and doing certain things. So if that's really who you are and you want to ride out and just do whatever you want to the day you die, then just be okay with being with yourself. Like, you're a party and we get that. But if you want to be with somebody else, you're going to have to be honest. You're going to have to fix your character flaws. You're going to have to grow up. You're going to have to be a role model. You got to pass on your legacy. That's not how you want to look. If that's not how you want to be, then you got to say, forget what everybody else is doing. I'm going to do what I'm doing. And yeah, I think that I try not to lie. I try to tell the truth. I feel a certain type of way if I'm omitting something. So I'm like, I just had to tell you. I just feel like that sometimes, but it's dangerous because you could do it to the wrong person too early. But once you feel safe with that person, that's your person, then I feel like nothing should be hidden. There's no secrets. If somebody has secrets with me, then they can't be that close.
Okay. You said you try to tell the truth.
Yeah.
I got a question, Ruth.
I don't give myself 100. I give myself a 97.5.
Matter of fact, I got a question for the ladies. I know we dismissed this topic, the body count topic and all that stuff. But since we've been talking about twerking, because I think as a man, what I think about when a woman has a habit of twerking or when she's twerking, like she's okay with twerking, that's her thing. I think about how many penises done brushed up against them cheeks or in between them cheeks. So is there something like a twerk body count or something like that? Like, can you imagine how many penises you done put against your cheeks, man? Don't y'all feel disgusting?
No, let's have all the vaginas on the penises that y'all men have, and then we can have this conversation.
Oh God, of course.
This is taking a turn. Can we get
I'm
on
sorry. I'm
like
sorry, but men do it too.
Can I speak on a topic or are we like
Nah, we ain't gonna address that shit. Go ahead, Andre.
okay, great. So first of all, I think that this woman that is talking, first of all, I disagree with everything that she said because I feel like the things that she is saying is particular to her culture and her experience with her circle of people. I do not think that Black women go around and just kind of like are doing some of the things this woman is talking about. I don't feel like the things that she was saying pertains to me and Black women, the people who are like me. I think that it's kind of funny how it's like women, it's like we're talking about this conversation about are women capable of lying, but it's like most of the women on this panel, I feel like y'all are liars because y'all have to pretend to be something that you're not because society told you that's what you need to do to be married.
Sounds like you're trying to direct it towards Lady Di.
Also, sorry, I'm losing my.
Y'all niggas can't.
So I think that there's this song by En Vogue called "Free Your Mind" and the rest will follow. And I just want you guys to really listen to that song tonight and allow yourself to be free being who you are and stop convincing yourself that you have to be like break down these barriers of beta male and alpha male. Like we have this one guy over here talking about, yeah, you know, you be on the phone with her all day. That means I'm an alpha male. No, like do what feels natural. If you are on the phone with a person because you genuinely like them and enjoy conversation, allow that to be what it is without putting stipulations on it to make it feel like if you're doing that, you fall in the category as a beta male or you're not this or you're not like. Allow yourselves to break the chains and stop the cycles. Put a stop to the cycles that you guys are being taught and what tradition is telling you guys. I feel so sad for y'all because you really don't think a man will come along and love you for who you are. Like, and this is not specifically to anybody.
Has a man came along to love you for who you are?
Excuse me. I'm sorry. What did you say?
Has a man came along to love you for who you are?
Yes, and I'm considering marrying.
I don't see his flip flops under your mattress. Under your bed.
Here because he respects me and he understands I don't want to shack up. But yes, I have decided that I feel like I want to marry him. and he loves me.
You don't want to shag up, but he just want to beat it up, huh?
No, we haven't had sex. Actually, we haven't had sex at all.
You know what that means, fellas? If he ain't having sex with her, he's having sex with her.
No, we're in the same religion. We're practicing the same religion together, and we're waiting to get married before we take it to the next level. And I'm happy with that, and I'm happy with him.
So you're out here twerking, and you ain't giving him them cheeks?
He loves me, and he loves. No, I'm not. Yeah, I know that's hard for you to believe because you probably got low tier women. I don't know what your story is, but I know what my story is. Okay, I had a man who come into my life who actually loves me for who I am, and I didn't have to pretend in order for him to be here for me. So yeah,
who are you?
Who am I? I'm Andrea motherfucking Oliver, baby.
That's what he loved you for, just because.
Yeah, he loves me for who I am. He loves the way I walk into a room and come in a room because I don't have to pretend to be somebody else to get anybody's attention. That's what he loves. Any more questions?
Andrea,
It's so funny that she said that because
stand on business. Go ahead, there, Wes.
Huh?
Go ahead. It's on you.
I said it was funny that she said that. I was gonna kind of go first, but I knew she was probably gonna be on the same gist because I would just literally think about how the math just be too much, and that's why there's two different sides. Like it's either the person that's gonna be theyself, or it's gonna be the person that tries to put on this persona, sip tea, not twerk, and be this cute girl. And then when you get married, you're gonna put your hair down. You're gonna be like, all right, this is what you got. And that's not all the time, but a lot of the time that's the lie. These ladies be out here lying, acting like they this pristine woman until you get that ring and you let it loose. So
how you know?
Like that's
how you know that? How you know that? You've been married before?
No, I know. I mean,
oh my God, here we go.
You got friends.
Here we go.
I got uncles.
Here come Mr. Let Go with the cake.
We know many people. I have not been married before.
So how do you?
So how many of y'all ladies, if y'all got hit with a bucket of water, will who you are as a person change?
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
What?
So I have a
question. I imagine what you hear randomly. You try and sound smarter.
I have a question for y'all because it seems like when people have their opinion on something, we try to invalidate them if they haven't like had the shared experience. So about this whole "have you ever been married before" thing, whatever you're saying doesn't mean anything because you haven't. I don't have to be a barber to know somebody's hairline is fucked up. I don't have to be a chef to know when my food is burnt. Okay. I don't have to be a hairstylist to know when somebody's weave is busted. So we understand the fact
y'all
that like
talking about y'all been talking a whole bunch
talk
of
your shit, Andrea.
I'm just
okay. You're talking about married women. This you got to be free and all of this.
It's just common sense.
But to her point, though, you're saying that married women do this, so she needs to know what married women.
I didn't say that all
what married women
that
know that's done.
Like that's a
thank you, Sweeney. I'm just going by what you're saying. You put married women and people like myself in your mouth, so I'm asking the question about have you been married, and the next thing was gonna be, or do you know someone that's married that's doing this? Because what you saying don't make sense. Like y'all, you and Andrea are saying basically, like what I'm hearing is to be free, like just be like sexual in every space that you have. Like that's what we want to do. How do you know I want to be like that? That like y'all
have you heard
like,
of surveys and statistics? Somebody said be asked the question about what was wrong with twerking in general, and then you was talking about twerking at the gas station. We was literally talking about in a gathering
in
with
the
your
club,
friends, and you went to twerking on the ambulance and then behind the dumpster and stuff. Then you agreed and said, "Yeah, I would twerk with my friends." So then it's like, are you a hoe with us or are you not? Like,
no, my thing is that
like, when we're talking about twerking, like when they brought this. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say because you know I'm just responding to you, bringing my name out. The thing is, I am not saying in order to be free, you have to be sexually liberated or be willing to sleep with anybody else. I haven't said that. What I am saying in terms of being free is to allow yourself to be your full, authentic self and not feel like you have to put on this mask for people. I feel like a lot of times people walk around with this facade of everything that people are telling them they should be, instead of just being their full authentic selves that they are when they're at home. Like, it's like, do you know who you are? Like, it just makes me, it's not about being sexually liberated. It's about just being who you are without allowing the voices and the perceptions and the, like, the eyes and the views of the people to make you feel like you have to be a certain way when you could just be yourself and have someone love you for that. That's all.
So you don't want no scrutiny whenever you want to be loose.
I'm sorry, what are you talking about being loose? Like, it's like you have this weird perception, and then it's really, you guys are laughing, but it's really not funny. It's actually concerning that me saying allow yourself to be who you are to you is perceived as being loose, or like a woman dancing, you're equating it to how many genitals have been on her butt. Like, it seems like I don't know where you're going or where your train of thought is, but I would have to say that, to me, just based on conversation, it seems like you deem women being who they are and equate it to like this over sexualized, hypersexual, like, monster or something. Like,
it's a demonization of women, and that's what the little red pill cornballs love to do. Everything a woman does is bad. No matter what a woman does is bad, and that's the actual narrative. No matter what a woman does, always paint her as bad because women are bad and men are good, and that's the
who do that?
cornball shit.
Nobody said that.
Is anybody on the panel did that?
Yes, everybody on the panel did that shit. No matter what the women say, oh, see, you don't supposed to do that. Oh, you want to be a wife. Like, goddamn, let these women fucking breathe. We all understand how being this or being that can get us kicked out of certain rooms, groups, or favors or whatever. But at the end of the day, just like with me, I coach women, but I be on here having fun, nutting up, talking shit, talking about eating that. I'm a person, right? I'm not gonna sit here with a goddamn tie on and say, well, a man is because that's not who I goddamn is. And that's what they talking about. So I'm a dude, so it's different. But as a person, be your motherfucking self instead of trying to act like you're something else. I'm who I am, so whoever I deal with knows exactly what they getting. All this fake shit and this robotic, oh, murder, what am I supposed to do? Shut the fuck up. Let these goddamn women do what they want to do. If they never get married because of them being themselves, oh, fucking way. Shit.
The problem
what's
is that
so funny?
we have
Because
that
the people
goal.
that be acting like that, as soon as that liquor get inside of them,
they be lit.
I tell you.
Right.
The thing is that if we keep looking at it like this, when in reality, this is a relationship. Like, we've been talking about relationships and shit. So when we talk about the goal being marriage, specifically to what Trev was saying, he said, if your goal is to be married, which one would you most likely give the advice of someone to do? Now, whether everybody on the panel agrees with it or not is up to anybody personally on the panel. But who's saying that? Nobody said that everything a woman does is bad or wrong. We just people are just pointing out unfavorable behavior.
Correction, Sweeney. Actually, Let Go is the actual one who said that. He said that women are hoes initially or at some point in their life, and he had to apologize. So he is the one that came out with the red pill narrative.
Huh? Wait, what?
Checkmate.
What are you? How? Look, it's the truth, but if the truth is offensive, I'm totally okay with apologizing. But it's the fucking truth. All y'all done did some whole shit. But if y'all don't like it, I'll say I'm sorry after I say the shit, because I don't mean to be offensive, but that is the motherfucking truth.
And that's what women like to go for, a man who can't stand on his word. I ain't never backing off my word. You'll never hear me say sorry.
No. If you offend somebody, you supposed to be like, yo, my fault, my bag, or whatever. Like, that's because one thing about it is, no matter what it is, if it's offensive and I offended multiple people, I'm gonna say I'm sorry. If I offended multiple men on the panel, I'd be like, my fault, bro.
Okay, go ahead and apologize. Go ahead and apologize to Sweeney for telling me you're gonna pull up on him in Dallas.
Why? He started talking.
Go ahead and apologize to Sweeney for
I'm
calling
not
him a bitch.
apologizing for shit.
You called him a bitch. You offended him. Apologize right now.
What about what he said to me? You don't say certain shit.
Okay, but you just said that you're gonna apologize. So now you on some bullshit. You just said
I didn't do anything wrong. I let the shit go. This nigga kept fucking talking.
You told me to shut the fuck up.
We always tell each other shut the fuck up.
And it's offensive. I told you that. I told you.
Well, you don't tell me to shut the fuck up is offensive. You say, hey, you offended me. I don't like it when you say shut the fuck up. Or you'll DM me like, bro, I don't like it, da da da. And I'll be like, oh damn, my fault. You're a grown ass fucking man. But we both tell each other shut the fuck up. And if you don't like it, you could be like, whoa, I don't like that.
Well, put it to you. I don't care what you say. If you get offensive, I get offensive too. You go for the juggler, I go for the juggler. You take pot shots at me, don't get mad when I take them back.
What pot shots did I take at you?
You've been taking several pot shots at me for the last 3 weeks. And I've been telling you, as a matter of fact, I have told you
3 weeks.
For the past 3 weeks, you've been taking
Nigga, we don't been in the DMs talking. So if you had a fucking problem, why you ain't like, yo, and by the way, when you on the show, you've been shaking. See, this that
No,
what you gotta say, so I would be able to correct myself. But hold on. I just want to say this. The ladies had more balls than you, and they was like, yo, hold on, Miss Lego. I don't like what you said. And I was like, oh shit, my fault. This nigga been in the DMs talking. If I disrespect you, have some balls and say, bro, I don't like what you be saying.
I don't have to do that. I just be
apologize. You ain't got no fucking balls to say something.
Disrespectful back. So I can't be disrespectful if you're disrespectful?
No, because when you disrespect me, I'm finna punch you in the fucking face. It's a difference.
We're just gonna be scrapping. What's up?
Just don't see any reason for me to pretend like I'm not these things. Yeah, I like to read a book or two. Yeah, I like to work in the garden. Yeah, I like to go fishing. Yeah, I like to spend some money on some Louis Vuitton every now and then. But I like to fuck too. And I also like to make love. And I prefer that if I could get it. And then some fucking too.
Can I say something?
Go ahead. No. I'm joking.
As you can see, whenever a black woman wants to stand up and be classy or be herself or a different version of what we're supposed to be like, because I feel like y'all programmed in y'all mind that we're supposed to be like twerking robots. We are called that we have a mask on our face and we pretending to be who we really not. Like, I'm not pretending anything, just for the record. I'm not pretending. This is who I am. If you don't like it, you don't have to like it. Just like the men stand on, they're not going to twerk. I stand on, I'm not twerking either. And that's what it is. And if I want to be classy, or if I'm not going to get drunk in public and be sloppy drunk and put myself in bad situations, does it mean that bad things happen in other settings? Probably. But if you can avoid certain things, just avoid it to the younger women so that you won't have a sob story when you're older. That's all.
So my thing is, it's nothing with that. It's nothing that's not the issue. And no one's trying to pick apart your answer and judge you for it. I'm listening to what you're saying and I'm making inferences upon the things that you're saying. So if to me, it's kind of like, it'd be different if it was just like, yeah, I don't twerk because I don't like to twerk. It's not for me. That's not my thing. I don't really care for that. But the reasoning that follows has everything to do with the perception of people and how they look at you. And you don't want to be looked at like those girls over there. You want to be looked at like this because you want to be married, or if you want to be married is inappropriate. Like all these different reasons to me.
That was a different person though. That's just to be clear. That was a different person.
I'm so sorry.
Me, so I was fine.
I wasn't really done. I'm going to finish up real quick. All I'm saying is that no one's attacking you guys for being that, but the mask came into the picture when I was describing wearing a mask and not being your full authentic self, is because it seems like other people's perception of you is what makes you make those decisions. If it's not, then I'm happy for you. But what has been said tonight has everything to do with people's perception of you. So I encourage people to not be afraid to be who they are because they're afraid of what people are going to think about them. That's what my message is. So if you don't twerk, that's fine. You don't have to twerk. I'm not going to encourage you to twerk. If you really don't want to twerk, I'm not going to encourage anybody to twerk unless they're twerking and I'm like, oh girl, or something like that. That's different. But it's nothing wrong. It's like, if you're like that, be like that. But don't judge other people who want to be themselves. Don't be that person that's
Do your
staring.
daddy, do your daddy want you twerking?
Excuse me, sir. I know you want to be involved in this women's conversation, but we're actually having a dialogue that does not have anything to do with you. Can we continue, or do you just want to say stuff to just say it?
Center.
Go ahead and continue. Thanks for asking.
Thanks. You're welcome. All I'm saying is there's nothing wrong with being who you are and not allowing people's thoughts and judgments and opinions of you change something about yourself. That's all that I'm saying. If you don't twerk, don't twerk. That's fine. Just don't judge the people who are.
And don't judge the people who not.
I'll just say this. When I was, so you see how you said if a person don't want to twerk, they could just say they don't like it. But that's not really a reason. So I gave you a reason because that's just what I truly feel from when I was a young person. It's not like I just became this way at 20 years old. And I'm like, you know what? I don't know. I actually been like this for a while. I don't want to twerk because of different reasons. I'm just giving you a few, you know, because someone actually asked me that question. So I gave you some context because you asked. I don't want to just say, well, I don't know. That's not my thing. No, that's not true because I like to twerk, to be real with you. But I'm not going to be doing it in this manner. You get what I'm saying? I'm not hiding that type of personality or whatever that I have. It's just that I'm saying I do know when it is the time to get married and stuff, there are men who like a certain type of lady. That's why I gave you the analogy of when you go to work, they want a certain type of worker. So you have to kind of follow and do certain things. Yes, you still be yourself. I never once said that I was not myself. I am very myself. Okay. It's just that I'm not going to do certain things to act a certain way. Just like at a job, it's the same exact thing. You want to keep your job. You want to keep your money. You want to make more money. You do certain things to get to that level. So for me to get to a wife, these are the things that I would like to do. Now, like I said, I've been like this for a while. It's not something that I just was like, I woke up one day. So that's all I'm saying. I said that I don't want to blend in with certain women. Never once said you guys were like this. But in my space and my observation from me watching and being around people living in different places and stuff, different cultures, the women that I see acting like that, majority of the time, they are not wife material. They don't want to be married. Not wife material means they don't want to be married. Okay, they don't want to be married, so they do certain things not to get married. They know that. So what I'm saying is, for me to get to the level that I'm at right now, this is what I had to do, and I love my life. Ain't nothing that I'm hiding. I am truly myself, better than I was when I was younger.
Sierra got them thinking they can still get it, but you ain't twerking like Sierra.
I'm happy for you guys, but for this guy who clearly you seem like you have some type of like resentment towards women or some type of bitterness because you just keep like jumping off the mic to put your 2 cents in. It's kind of weird, but whatever, you got it.
I mean, it's a panel is supposed to do that, right?
Yeah, I know, but it's just kind of like the things that you're saying. It's like, where are you getting at? Like, why don't you just come out and just be like, yeah, I hate to see women have a good time and dance because I hate women. Just say it. Like,
no, go ahead and be a hoe. I mean, go ahead and twerk.
And then you think that that's supposed to be offensive to me. It just makes you look bad. I want you to know that because I'm not even going to respond.
Well, if it for the record, for the guys, guys like myself and my peers, which are the husband type, we judge women who behave in certain ways.
Okay, so taking personal shots. I don't really find you to be attractive. So who's choosing you? Because I mean, do you want to throw shots? Do you want to roll around? Or like, what are you trying to do?
Girl, you wish you could have this. Just hush.
I actually don't.
I seen you whenever I was in Atlanta. You was all up on my shoulder and shit. Girl, stop.
You weren't impressionable because I don't even remember meeting you in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm. You was all leaning on me and shit.
I actually have no clue who you are.
No, you did. We sat next to each other.
No, sat next to each other where?
I gotta let me bring up the video.
Bring up the video whenever we was in Atlanta.
Yo, you just gotta cut it and just play the little part.
It better not be no video.
Oh, it's a video. She was all on my shoulder. I had to get up off me.
Must be kind of.
Oh, y'all talking about? Okay, I thought y'all was talking about the Jill
Little
Scott
Lapeef experience in Atlanta. We was on.
Remember you, sir.
What was it called?
Yeah.
It was called
Wait, you was in Atlanta? Then?
I was yeah.
No, I'm talking about Bruiser.
I don't know.
Yeah, we was at this we was at the Lapeef experience a couple years ago.
Apparently he was too.
Yeah, I was there too. I ain't even see you. I guess I didn't know you back then.
I hate to say it, but I don't know this man. Haven't seen him at all. Show me a picture of him.
Like a president knew him.
So what? So how many people was at the Lapeef experience in Atlanta? I was there. Who else was there?
I was there.
Oh, where was you at?
Was there too?
What side was you on? I was on the far right side, but I went up on stage.
I was in VIP, so I was like escorted in. So
I was on stage with Logic. It was me, Logic, Quest. I think it was Andrea. Yeah, it was Andrea and somebody else. I don't know who else.
Oh, okay.
And
Andrea lying.
Yeah, exactly.
Lying.
What the woman in the video say?
JR, Brett, show the footage.
What the woman in the video say?
I don't remember him. I don't remember you.
JR is looking for the video right now.
I
didn't know what y'all was talking about at first.
Remember him at all?
You're not memorable?
No, he's not.
No, I didn't put my. It's only certain women I put my impression on. They have to qualify for that.
Wait, how did Andrea qualify then?
She didn't qualify for it. That's why she don't remember me.
But you said that she was all up.
Decent.
Yo, that's crazy how all of us was at the show and neither one of us remember each other was there. That's crazy. Because I met Anton. That was the first time I actually met JR.
That was the first time I met any of you guys.
That's interesting.
Yeah. And I got the fuck up out of there because y'all was kind of
what?
I'm not even about to go there. But yeah, I left shortly. Went to another party.
It was very classy. So
Yeah,
people
it was
who
real classy. So
people who weren't classy was pretty much leaving.
Yeah, you got it, sweetheart.
Oh, my bad. I didn't mean that towards you. I'm sorry.
No,
hit dog collars.
Fine.
But yeah, shout out to JR. It was a really classy show. I'm trying to get him to do another show.
It was fine, but I had a lot of rude interactions with people who were being just rude and judgmental and just not very fun. So I left and went to a better party.
You weren't twerking, were you, Andre?
Second party I was.
They didn't allow. No, I ain't gonna say that.
Yo, question. What about all of us in the house together, like on some TV show shit, and we arguing with each other in person?
Nope, absolutely
not you and Sweeney. Y'all look like y'all gonna throw some left and rights at each other.
Yeah, we'll just throw some punches and
I don't think any of that energy will happen in real life. I don't think so. I think they can keep it cool.
We'll throw some punches and then pick each other up. Well, I'll pick Sweeney up off the floor and give him a hug and be like, "I'm sorry for punching you in the face and bust your nose," and then we be back cool. I'm okay with that. I ain't got no problem with Sweeney, but you just gotta learn how to watch your damn mouth. Line is just crazy.
First, you gotta learn how to watch your mouth.
I didn't say nothing.
So, Sweeney, were you taught like if somebody do something to me, then I gotta do something right back
like
to them?
A girl?
No. I respond in kind. If you disrespect me, I disrespect you.
Okay, so let's vote on the show right now. Who disrespected who? Who said what?
All of y'all are disrespectful.
About somebody's mama.
I think y'all all disrespected.
Exactly. You start talking about somebody's goddamn mama, like we grown ass men. You don't know not to say shit like that.
You try to come at me, and then you told me to shut the fuck up, bitch. So I responded in kind.
I think some people
by
get
saying your mama. That's some woman shit.
And you the one, but you the one who want to bring other people. Your mama got talked about. You the one that want to throw a punch because your mama got talked about. Who really the bitch?
And we have ground.
It's a ground rule thing. You don't say certain things. Certain things you deserve to get punched in the fucking face for.
But then, hey, look, then do what you have to do. Then
grown ass men don't sit around and say, "Oh, your mama and all this dumb shit."
Grown ass men don't throw pot shots all the time. Being a little hoe.
Okay, name a pot shot. Hold on. Name a pot shot. I don't know what a pot shot is. So
you want to be like a woman, Sweeney? You want to be like a woman? Like a woman, even though I wasn't asking questions about being a woman, I asked you a specific question. You kept trying to make me out to be a woman. So then I said, no, I kept trying to have that conversation with you. You kept saying that. And then JR tried to jump in and say, hey, no, chill out. And I said, JR, let us have this. You said, shut the fuck. You said, shut up. I said, no, you shut up. And then you said, man, he out here just being a little bitch.
Okay, you know what? I apologize for that.
Then I apologize for calling your mama a bitch.
Appreciate that. Thank you, guys.
So I'm not gonna punch you in the face when I see you in Dallas.
Thank you. If I see both of y'all, I'm buy y'all a shot.
Mr. Lego, you like you name call and shame a lot, so I don't think you even know when you're doing it, and then you just from then on it's just crazy when it gets heated.
No,
So
it's just the mama stuff. My mama passed away. Don't know. I don't want to hear that shit like that. Come on, man. You
I don't think
you
Sweeney
don't
knew that. I
fucking
think
know
Sweeney knew that. He
not
probably
to say dumb shit like that. Like you don't say no shit like that.
That's so true.
So yeah, like certain things you just don't say.
My mom passed away too. I understand.
Right. I go to fucking jail and get out over the weekend. I don't give a fuck. Like you got to be careful what you say.
I would agree. I would agree. So that should be a lesson learned for you, right? Be careful what you say.
Selective.
You see what I'm saying? Now he's saying a little bullshit.
That's not bullshit. You just
that's
said
a fucking lesson.
you that.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Hey, how are you not gonna follow your own advice?
Because men are teenagers. Men are teenagers.
JR, you got the footage? I gotta see this footage.
This is not gonna age well.
Nah, hold on. I'm trying to find a file. I might be on the.
I gotta see it, bro.
Oh yeah, pull up the footage of that.
Oh no, that,
I gotta see how Andrea giving
I gotta see this.
eyeballs.
I would like to see it.
I gotta see this. She draped all over Bruiser. I gotta see this.
Hey, Bruiser, did she slap the shoulder?
I mean, I feel good that you remember me, because I don't remember you. So
that's what they all say.
You don't remember?
Well, that's how they start talking.
Andrea?
Hold up, right.
I mean, a lot of women always have problems remembering body counts. I mean, partners or people.
Hold on, right quick. Sweetie, I still don't really like. Don't. I would advise you just stay out of it. You should.
We can't joke now.
Nah, it's not even giving that. No,
We can't joke now.
Nah, stay out of it for right now. I suggest you stay out of it.
Not Sweeney in timeout. Ooh, you in that corner on fire.
Nah, but for the most part, everybody out there was cool, man. Everybody
Yeah, it was really cool. It was really dope. It was really dope.
And I'm gonna have to call selective outrage too, because this man just stood up here and called me a hoe. I haven't called anybody out of their name on this panel tonight. So for people to feel like it's okay to hurt, and yeah, you looking all, yeah, you called me a hoe, and I thought that was very
me.
Yes, you. Did.
Oh, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to call you that.
Well, thank you. Could you apologize?
I apologize to it.
Okay, well, I apologize as well. So let's just all not name call here. I think that would be what's best.
I agree.
Next time I'll just say 304.
And you think
what?
Come
on, bro.
What's wrong with
y'all? I'm just playing with. Look, I'm just playing with you. I be fucking with
No,
people,
here's
man.
the thing. Because you sit up here. No, because now I'm about to tap into your ass because you seem to think it's sweet.
Pause.
You sit up here and you
Pause. God
Now I'm
damn.
Yeah. Could you sit up here and you think it's a joke? Would you sit in here with these sunken cheekbones like you're doing heroin or something like that? Now, if I start getting on you, it's gonna be a problem. You're not that nigga, and I don't know why you really think it's okay to disrespect me. I haven't disrespected anybody tonight, and I've been working very hard on being respectful. So I understand if you're not smart enough to be able to prove a point without being disrespectful, but that's not my fault. So while you talk about my dad's parents and all this other shit, you need to go back to your parents and talk to them about your parenting skills, because the way that you're acting is disrespectful as fuck. It's disrespectful. And y'all need to stop that shit.
You finished?
Cool. No, I'm not. It's really not cool. And this is the second. No, it's not cool. I don't tolerate disrespect from people. I don't go around disrespecting people. I didn't call nobody names tonight, and I just feel like the level of disrespect when y'all disagree is ridiculous for me. Like, we should be able to disagree without name calling, and I'm just not feeling that. I'm not feeling that.
Well, I was just assigning it to the behavior. That's all.
No,
Not you.
Cool. No, because when I start making points about the things you're saying, I get a lot of pushback, like I'm judging somebody or something like that. But it just the way in totality, the way y'all describing women, especially the people who are saying it's okay to dance, y'all been saying hoe all night, and that's not cool.
Listen, Andrea, we're gonna judge whole behavior.
At the end of the day, but that's what I'm talking about. Like you ain't nobody to judge. You're not nobody's God. You're not nobody's. You ain't got no heaven or hell.
We have to be able to use our discernment and judgment whenever we see whole behavior.
You don't have a heaven or hell to place anybody in. Nobody's pressed to be like. It's weird to me that y'all feel like it's okay to be disrespectful because you don't agree with somebody. That shit is weird as fuck to me because we're all grown. That shit is weird, bro.
You could be grown, but that still don't mean that you're not you don't have 304 behavior.
So if you say 304, can I say GAY every time y'all say 304? Would that be fair?
If you see somebody being GAY, that's up to you. That's your judgment.
First of all, as long as it's on an individual basis. Plus, name calling, we don't have to do name calling. We could stop it right there.
We don't have to do that
because that's when it starts to get disrespectful and dangerous.
Yeah, we gotta stop that shit.
Says the person who calls somebody a man a bitch.
After the man done talked about my mama, the fuck.
Nigga, you called me this before I talked about your mom.
He had the 10 commandments of blackness. Number 1, don't call out nobody mama. Don't say 304. Don't say GAY. And we good.
Well, I'm gonna tell y'all, man. I listen. I get it. I get the respect thing. I'm a person that believe you have to have self-respect in order to get me to respect you. If you don't respect yourself, why do you want me to respect you?
Who didn't have self-respect on the show?
Listen, I'm not gonna call no names. I'm just making a statement.
Andrea,
I'm a firm believer that if you want,
everybody was.
Let me just repeat it. I'm a firm believer that if you want respect, you have to have self-respect if you want somebody else to respect you.
Name or show examples of what somebody on the panel tonight did that showed that they showed disrespect.
So she might have not said the words exactly, but indirectly, she said that you should be able to express yourself or how you truly feel. And if how you truly feel is parallel to being a 304, and you tell
say it was parallel to being a 304,
you gotta let me finish what I'm saying. This is what I see. This is the perception that's coming from me. It might not match yours, but this is what's coming from me.
You said the word parallel.
If you telling women out here to express their behavior parallel to a 304, then I'm gonna just put the name to it.
But how was it parallel to being 304?
Telling women that they should twerk in public and do all this stuff and not worry about their character, not worry about their image, not worry about making an impression.
But how is that a 304? Because Day West unmuted earlier and was just like, why the fuck are you sitting here trying to mesh twerking and sleeping with multiple guys? Because that's, I think Lady Di said that, or somebody. Like, what are you doing? What are you talking about? A woman twerking does not mean she's a hoe. She may be ratchet, she may be ghetto, she may be, unfavorable, but that does not make her a hoe.
So you telling me that women that twerk majority of the time, they like to twerk, they just like to be free. You're saying that the women that you came across are not sexually active in that way?
I've seen plenty of women twerk in plenty of different occasions in different environments. If I'm in a bar and it's a dance floor and women are twerking, I don't look at her and say, "Oh, she's a hoe." Women love to dance, bro. Like, not bro, because I'm talking to you. But women love to dance. Women love to dance.
And a lot of the times, even like when a woman is twerking and a guy, them creepy guys that come up behind the woman that's twerking, they push them back. They rather twerk on their homegirls. It's just like a thing.
Yeah,
and
women
like
love to dance.
earlier,
Well, let me say this.
Caribbean cultures, they grind real hard on it.
Caribbean cultures,
to grind on. Festivals,
they be pouring shit on each other and everything.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is,
take your clothes off
even if you got a hard on, they put it on it.
Your Caribbean culture, so I'm trying to see if that's more hoish than
But here's the thing. This is my fundamental belief, and people can have their own opinion about it. Is either you positioning yourself to be a wife, or are you for the streets? You're 3 or
But
4.
that's
Because
the
if
problem.
hold on, real
Problem
quick. Let me
right
just
there.
finish. Because if you're not positioning yourself to be a wife and you still out here having sex, what does that make you?
A woman that's not a wife. She ain't got to be a hoe just because she's sleeping with somebody that she's not married to. The fuck are you talking about?
Did you?
Well, that's
Did
your
you?
belief. That's your
But this
belief.
is,
My
but
belief is
like I
different.
said, this is the cornball shit. If you aren't married, you a hoe. Like you sound like an idiot.
I said if you're not positioning
Cornball.
yourself to be a wife. I didn't say if you weren't
Nobody
married.
needs to be positioning themselves to do shit, and if they don't position themselves to do something, they automatically the opposite. What the fuck are you talking about?
Like I said, if you're not positioning yourself to be a wife, then you for the streets. If you still out here having sex, you still out here busting that ass open, you got to understand how men think and how men are looking for a suitable
But
wife.
I'm a man
You
and
out
I
here-
don't think like that. So
Okay,
men
well then
don't
you
think
just
like
want you a simp.
So
you're a cornball.
Every time I say something to a woman, you got to put on your cape.
But at the end of the day, you may just be a cornball in the way you think, and you have this stupid ass red pill bullshit, just like these
What's
other
that got to
niggas.
do with that? Ain't
And
got nothing to do with red
you may
pill.
just simply be a cornball, bro, and that might
That
be
ain't got
just
nothing to do with red pill. That just got something to do with me, what I believe in, and what I'm gonna teach my daughter.
Well, what you believe in is idiotic.
Okay, that's your opinion.
If you ain't married, you for the streets. What kind
That's
of dumb
fine.
shit is
That's
that?
your
You sound
opinion.
like an idiot, bro.
You coach women. You coach women every day. That's what you coaching them to do. If I talk to a woman, I'm gonna tell her, hey, look, you need to be concerned about your character, and you also need to be concerned about the other women and young girls that you may influence, because in some capacity we all have an influence on other people, and you got to carry yourself as such, regardless if you care about perception or how you're judged. You got to care about other people around. You got to take consideration of other people, and our people fail at that miserably, and that's probably the reason why some of these people are marrying outside of their race.
Can I say
No,
something?
that's not the reason why they're married outside their race.
What's
Can
the
I say?
reason?
I was going to say that
They want
black men have been concerned about their image in the media, and how can we as black women say that we're concerned about how we are portrayed when we are like the perpetrators as well? When we put, remember when you just because you like to twerk, I'm still looked at like, oh, she a black woman, she like that's what they do. So it affects something that one person does affects everybody. Just like when it's gang violence or men shooting men, they think all black men are like that. But how are we going to say, well, I want to separate twerking from, like, now you got to do a lot of backpedaling, like, well, twerking is not being a 304 or whatever, or being promiscuous. We got to do all of this backpedaling, except if we could just decide, you know what, let's just move on. It came and went. Let's just do something else so we can better our image. If we don't all come together like that, they always going to disrespect us, all cultures, all races. And you just got to think about the future. Sometimes we think about right now too much. Let me have my fun today. We don't think about tomorrow. And then it comes back to bite us when our kids is doing it. Maybe you changed, you became a better woman. Now you can't tell your daughter to stop twerking all the time. Like you haven't seen it with your little daughter's twerking all day on every song or everything. She know every way to wind. At least she could say, my mom don't do that. I know it's right and wrong. But if you're out there with her doing that, you're promoting it, and then whatever results she get, now she had 3, 4, 5 baby daddies. You got to know that it came from
Thank you.
somewhere.
And she don't know how to cook. She know how to twist that ass in a circle. It's the same shit women do whenever they accept these damn roles that paint black women out to be devious or whatever you want to do. It's the same thing. You chose to do it. So now
But
you
remember,
gotta think about the influence in other girls that's looking at. I get it. You want to get the paycheck, but at what cost?
But remember, we're talking about twerking in a club. That's where it all started from. That's where Day West started all of this from. And y'all cornballs started pulling it all apart and started calling people hoes and shit. Day West literally said, I like to twerk in the club with my friends. What's wrong with that? That's where the whole conversation came from. And here come y'all cornballs with all this cornball shit. That's all I'm saying. So
That's what
does a woman
said.
need to twerk in the turkey leg hunt? No, it's just, I understand it. So I understand what y'all saying, but y'all got to understand the origin of where the conversation came from. Twerking in the club with your friends, and y'all started with all this stupid shit. That's the problem.
That's what she
Y'all have the
said.
need to pull it apart to demonize women and make women look like they're hoes just because they're not married.
Well, no,
including you, Lady Di. This shit is fucking crazy.
Originally the conversation started
Never
from
said that.
being promiscuous and sexual in public, and then Day West brought up twerking, but the overarching conversation is about women being sexual publicly. Twerking is just a microcosm of a much larger thing that we're talking about.
So let me ask you this, Mr. Lego. If you go out.
So who is that? Is that who's the girl next to?
You gotta play the video.
That's somebody different, right? Who's that?
I gotta get the video, but it's the picture.
She look like she like Chinese or something. I don't think that's her.
Yeah, that's Andrea.
Oh yeah. Oh okay. So shit. So y'all sitting right next to each other. Oh shit. We gotta see the video.
Oh shit. Roll the clip.
We gotta see the video. I stay up late for this.
If they show the video, she kept tapping my damn leg, and my wife was like, "Yo, I almost went up on stage." I'm like, "Look, sometimes, man, don't worry about it."
Yo,
I can't say I've seen all of that.
No, the video gonna tell the truth though. We'll see exactly how it went.
And now y'all know I don't be lying. I don't lie. That's that woman stuff. But Ms. Lego, I was gonna ask you, man, if you see a woman doing a headstand on the wall and popping that open, what is that? What are you gonna associate that with? I'm just curious.
Well, that's whole shit. Doing a handstand on the wall, but do you see how you're?
Oh my God! So it's how you twerk.
No.
What's the threshold? What's the threshold?
In order for me to, of course, come on, man.
There's something called a light twerk. You ain't even gotta bust it up, and this is just a little wiggle, drop it in a pencil skirt. It ain't gotta be like.
Yeah, I'm saying like that. You talking about standing on your hands? What kind of woman? Think about this. I want you to think about this. How nasty would a woman be if she has her hands on the floor of a club,
United States Senator,
upside down dancing? That's disgusting. She's a hoe. Come on, bro. That's different.
Hold on. So you saying there's a difference between standing on your feet and standing on your hoe is the difference maker?
If I stood on my hands, something wrong with me. What the fuck is you talking about?
Let me just say this.
Anybody who stands on their hands outside, something's wrong with the damn person.
Most women who have sex in these positions are on their feet bending over versus standing on their hands. So it would make sense that the latter is the one that makes you the 3 or 4.
So Lego, what you're saying is it's not the act, but it's the orientation of the woman that makes her a whore or not. If she's upside down, then that qualifies as a 3 or 4. But if she's right side up,
anybody is upside down. If you're upside down, something's wrong with you.
That's a U.S. senator.
So y'all should have determined what type of twerk y'all was talking about.
That's whole shit.
Okay, what if she laying on her side?
Categorize the twerks.
Yeah, that shit. Because now y'all changing this whole thing now.
She was twerking for votes.
I would have voted for her. She would have let me smash though. I seen that video.
Only the person who thinks somebody a hoe would tell a U.S. senator, "I'll smash you for some votes."
So you will smash her for some votes, but you got an issue with me associating 304
because she was standing on her head. It's a difference. She's a hoe.
I said earlier that doing that is sexual, so it's just attracting men.
Who's doing that in the club? Who's doing that
in the damn club? Like, hold on. Let me say one thing. Can I say one thing? It's a possibility. I don't know. That y'all ain't never been no house party. Like, forget the club. Y'all ain't never been no damn party. Like, women dancing.
I DJ'd for like 10 years. I DJ'd. I know all about.
You see what I'm saying?
Every kind of party.
All the women that's dancing hoes, no, they having a good time. What are you? I literally don't think y'all go outside, and that's why I keep calling y'all cornballs, because y'all apparently don't go outside. Y'all don't see people walking down the street. Y'all don't see nobody doing nothing.
That's not true. I never said
crazy.
Okay, so when y'all go out, do people just stand at the bar and just sip and just like
anybody dancing?
Like, what do they do?
Actually, come on.
The new clubs look like this. They just be in their phone.
Right, I was gonna say Day West. Now you know you've been.
That's what the new clubs look like. They doing that.
Nobody doing shit. but doing TikTok videos.
That's what the new clubs are.
I'm talking about 10 years ago when it was an actual dance floor. What women were dancing, and all of the women in the building are hoes.
Are you telling me the ones that was doing handstands wasn't?
I said dancing. I didn't say handstands.
What kind of
Just dancing. Now y'all
So
see how
when
stupid y'all look now, right?
When you
Now
think
y'all
about
see how
twerk,
stupid y'all
you
look.
think about everybody in the club being on their hands, just throwing
Who
it
the
like
fuck
that.
is on their hands at a club?
I just showed you a video of a U.S. senator on a beach.
She's on a beach. Hello, on a beach.
So the beach.
I said in a club on their hands. What disgusting human being would do that?
Why would the U.S. senator do it on a handstand in the club? Women have twerked on that. You remember that song? Hold on, wait. Y'all remember that song? Doing it. What the fuck was it? And she was like, "Oh, I don't want to say the word, but she was like, popping on the handstand." Y'all remember that shit? That ludicrous song?
Head Bobby.
Yeah, it was all up in the head bobbing on the
They
hand.
wasn't doing that though.
Yeah, they was.
That was ludicrous.
Earlier, I was only talking about in public because that's what the context was. Day West said club later, but earlier it was public. Public, a club is the club. Public is like outside, like, you know. That's why I mentioned those places. So I was only talking about that the whole time, and all I'm saying is twerking is just a sexual behavior. So that's all I'm talking about.
It's a mating call.
Let me ask you.
Attracting men like that just want to just have sex with you. That's what I'm saying. So
I don't
even
really
though
twerk like that anyway, but I'm just saying, like, if a good song come on, like you said, 99 and the 3000s, and you want to just
What about the one that's
there's
some hoes in it,
everybody in the
some
club
hoes
singing
in it.
along,
What about that?
dancing, like, come on now. But ain't nobody standing.
What about
on their
Luke?
head in
What
the
about
club.
Two
I'm
Live
not
Crew
doing
music?
that.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna go to bed. I'll just watch the recording if he.
You know who Two Live Crew is, right? The West, Day West. You know who Two Live Crew is, right?
It's before my time, but I think I've heard of them.
So you have.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what their music
like
suggests, right?
The name before.
And the lyrics, right?
Would you like to recite those lyrics for me?
There's some hoes in this house. There's some hoes in this house.
Bro, that was not it, bro. That was not their song.
But I guarantee you, if you hear their music and you hear the lyrics, you gonna dance, but you don't realize what you actually dancing to. Some of the stuff they saying.
And people grew up like that. You know, they've been doing it ever since they were little girls. So it just seemed natural. If you've been doing it all your life, you don't see nothing wrong with it. But if you cut it off, you see the difference.
I'll give you a couple of the hits. Throw the D, pop that P, me so horny.
Lady Di got a
those are Two Left Crew songs. That's
it's associated. Like, as bad as you want to try to separate it, it's all association, man.
But still, like, we got offended because we started talking about twerking, and then automatically the men start calling the women, you know, name calling. So that's what we're trying to say. We're trying to avoid all of that. Don't even be like in that same category. If you're trying to accomplish something, you have to be strategic when you're trying to be a wife. Just like men have to be strategic when they're trying to be a husband. So if you are interested in marriage, it's just good advice. You don't have to take it, but you know, you can see other people as stuffy or boring or cornball.
Oh no, I'm not judging nobody, but I'm not strategizing to be nobody. You're gonna take what you get and get what you get when it comes to me.
So what do we call women who behave like that?
I'm not about to be like, okay, I got my map to get to the gold. I'm not doing that for no man.
It's called success, baby. There's nothing wrong with success.
Wait, Day West, I got a question for you. If a man wants to live with you and you pay all the bills and he get to sit there and chill, what would you call him?
That's never gonna happen. So
I'm not asking. I said, what would you call him?
If a man want to sit in my couch,
he want to come over there. He want to come over there, live with you, let you pay all the bills, and he don't want to work. He gonna sit there and live with you. What would you call him?
My hoe.
Wait a minute. Come on.
What?
So wait. So a man, it wouldn't be cool though for somebody going for marriage. So what if he just was like, well, you know, he's not trying to do all this extra stuff. You just could take what you can get. You wouldn't go for the same thing.
Look, I'm not telling y'all that if I was in a relationship or something like that, and he'd be like, babe, like, and it's already like set, and so he'd be like, I don't really like the twerking, and I don't like. I will compromise. It's not like I'm out here just doing stuff. Like, I will compromise with my partner if I will respect my relationship to meet in the middle about stuff. I'm not just out here thugging it. I'm like not a bad person, so I don't feel like I have to adjust myself to read the manual to get to a man. I'm not doing that.
But what would you call him? For real, honestly, what would you
I'm
call him?
vibing.
No, not that. I'm talking about the question I asked you originally. What would you
What
call
was
it?
the question? What he is?
Yeah, what would you call him? Like, just
I
straight
don't
up,
have
what would you call him?
I don't have a title for nothing like that. I wouldn't even allow anything like that in my presence. So
what would you call it? If you wouldn't let that in your presence, what would you call that?
Unacceptable.
Well, what would you call it?
I
Like,
don't
what
have
would you call
anything
that
to
man?
call it.
You wouldn't call it. There's no Lady Dot. What would you call that man?
So y'all know how to do the name calling. I don't really.
Bruce, what would you call that man?
A bum?
Day West know damn well she would call him a bum. She's just trying to split hairs because she know, like, she would be like, this bum ass nigga talking about he want to live off of me.
I mean, I guess that would be bum activities.
Look, Day West, it's totally fine to call him. It's totally fine to call him a bum if he's a bum.
A bum is being a bum is bumming, but I just won't have nobody around me to be able to call those type of names because I don't even play them type of games.
To Bruce's point, hoes be hoeing, and hoe type of behavior is just a hoe behavior.
I don't know, like how y'all snuck this name calling back in, but anyway,
we're not talking about.
So I think we got to just say sex worker now. We'll just say sex worker.
Tonight we came to a conclusion that
sex
twerking
work.
ain't hoeing, so I guess fuck it.
So wait, I had a question. Day West, if he said, if you're in a relationship and he said, I don't like when you twerk, but what if you knew, like, before y'all get in a relationship, this is not what he wants? Would you, for the love of your,
I'm not out here just twerking. Like, I'm not out here outside. Like, I'm just saying, like, I partake in a little bit of twerk. That's all I'm saying. It's not like something I have to get up and do in the morning. Like,
that's how they do that.
You know what I'm saying?
It do seem like that all day long.
I got a question, Day West. Did you learn how to twerk before you learned how to cook?
I did, actually.
God damn.
Would you say that most black women would learn how to twerk before they know how to cook?
I learned from TV, you know, back in the day when they used to have BET at night or whatever they call it. What was it?
Oh,
BET Uncut. It was BET Uncut.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
So the propaganda made us twerk, and we just keep twerking forever. That's crazy. We got the white man winning.
You defending that thing way too hard.
Twerking ain't it.
Ultimately, like, to Andrea's point, I know she ain't up here, but there's certain. I've been reading this book called The Four Agreements, and there's one of the things that they talk about is like the agreements of society, what society expects of you or what have you, right? And to her point, what she said is okay if you don't want to adhere to society's norms or standards. That's fair, but then you can't be upset with how society responds to you. If they exile you, if they alienate you, if they say, or if they call you out, if they say what they say about you, truly being judgmental free is saying, I don't care what you say about me, but that doesn't mean that you get to go out there and say, hey, you can't say this about me. Well, that's what they call you.
Like when I first got, I'm sorry, when I first got into like real estate, I just saw like people acting like out of bounds, but I had to work with people and say, you know what, we have rules in place. We can do anything in the middle, but we can't do these certain things. There are boundaries in everything that you do. So if that's making money, getting married, it's all the same thing. There's some lines that you don't want to cross it because you don't want to have to deal with the headache later. That's all.
Just like a husband or like a man that you may like in the future, they can't act a certain way with, to be your man, to be that type of person that you're looking for. So they're still going to have to not be their full self. If that's what y'all talking about, they still have to be a certain way to get you. So it's the same thing. So if you're trying to, eventually be with a man, it's just certain things, that's just not going to be acceptable. Just the vice versa. It's the same thing.
But that kind of end up sucking for us too, because just like a dude can end up acting like he got money and treat us good and put on this persona, or act like he's just a great guy, and then that veil drop and he's really abusive. Like,
those are two extremes. So you can't worry about if a man is going to sit here and be a con artist. You just be what you need to be. And then, of course, you expect your man to be a certain way. And you hope that he is not the con artist. I don't think you should just go out there in a dating space and think like that. Because that's just a fear. I wouldn't think of it like that.
Imagine doing something inappropriate, and then later on you try to get a position or opportunity, and they bring that up and say, well, we can't give it to you because of such and such. That probably break your heart.
Right. And I think that on the women's side, it's like, if I feel bad because it's like, we want to be able to be free and do whatever we want to do, and feel, in some ways we might feel like we're not able to do what men do a lot. Like, that's really how society it works. But sometimes you gotta just accept it and just like, okay, I accept that, and let's roll with that. But I had a question for the men. Is it okay if your wife or girlfriend twerks while she's with you, on you, or that's unacceptable as well? Every man is different, but I want to get your take.
Oh, my wife, she can dance on me.
Yeah, she.
Mm-hmm.
In your presence with your husband, that's a different situation, and it depends on the environment too. If it's a party setting or whatever, that's a different type of situation. Like, if there's children there, I would never set that type of example. But if it's you and your wife, like, that's not a hoe, that's your wife. Like, it's understood that you are sexual with that particular person. There's also limits too. Like, we don't expect you to start coming out of your clothes and all of that and getting real wild. But everything is done with a little bit of tact. That's all.
So basically, you can't twerk until you get a husband. No twerking until you get a husband.
If you plan on having a husband and having children in the future, you should consider
When can I twerk? I know.
I'm not saying, so I just be real. I'm not saying like don't ever twerk. I'm saying if that is all that you like to do is twerk everywhere you go, including the club, every time you go there, you gotta drop it and twerk all the time. I'm saying that your man that you want is not gonna always look at you in that space if he always look at you as a fun girl. Like, she just likes to have fun all the time. You want to show them that you are serious, and twerking is cute, but it ain't like a serious act. Like, you want to show that you're serious and that you could be committed and loyal into a relationship. So twerking in front of a lot of men doesn't show loyalty. You get what I'm saying? It just shows that you like to be seen. You like attention. A man that want to be your husband don't like a lady that wants attention from other men. So that's all I'm saying.
And then men, you got to understand, men know, like, we all been there before. We all know that when you go to twerking and moving them cheeks on us, in most cases we get a hard on. A lot of times y'all will continue to twerk on that joint. Sometimes y'all will peel off, but we already know that you putting them cheeks on a hard pipe. So it's like, it's.
Day West, let me ask you a question. When was the last time you've been to a club?
Like the weekend before last.
All right, so when you looked around the club, right, you saw certain ladies that may have been dancing, like they may have been, grooving or whatever, and they shake their ass a little bit, but the one that you seen busting it wide open, 9 times out of 10, what did you see around her?
Gay boys, but it's like we say, there's 2 different levels of twerk. Like, there's the twerkers that judge the twerkers that bust it open, and you have like the light twerker. Like, it be women in the club in the booths like twerking where you see they pant. Like, that's too much. Like, of course ain't nobody doing that, but like, just dance with your friends in the corner. It's just levels of just I don't know. What was the question?
So, like, when you seen a girl that was in the middle of the floor busting it open, twerking, because I think we all have an idea of what kind of twerking we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
What did you see? You looked around the club.
Yeah, that for me is not qualified. Busting it open is not qualified. I guess I don't know. I guess when everybody has a different imagery when it comes to twerking because there's different levels of.
I don't see the level. Twerking is twerking to me. I don't know. Like I hear you talking about light twerking, like a little shake. That's not twerking then. Twerking is twerking.
We talking about hands on your knees.
Have you ever twerked on a man's pelvic? Have you ever twerked on him?
Yeah, I have. Not a stranger.
Did you
but
feel
I
the
have,
ride?
just like your wife twerks on your pelvic. I've twerked on my
So have you ever twerked to the point where you felt the rise?
Of course.
Did you keep going?
Depending on the person.
And why does it depend on the person?
Because if it's my man, then we about to go home and I'm trying to seduce my man.
Wait, so you mean to tell me you twerked on a man in public, right? And you felt him, if you felt him rise, you say you go depending on the person behind you, like, oh no, you got a hard on.
I said it won't be no random person. So it don't matter.
You ain't never danced with a random guy at the club?
I don't dance on men at the club.
How old are you?
How do I look?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
I'm 31.
You 31 and you haven't yet to dance on a man in the club.
I have when I was younger, like you said, when it was Pretty Ricky and shit like that. But like as an adult, I'm not dancing. We're talking about.
She said women don't lie. They don't. They just show themselves. You showing that ass.
Yeah, in high school we were like you said, we was twerking and listening to Pretty Ricky. In my adult life, I'm not fucking sitting up there doing that shit. That shit.
What define adult life? 18 and older?
What?
Were you 18 and older when you was doing this?
Doing what?
No, she wasn't.
Pretty Ricky.
She was a whole minor.
She said high school.
Oh wait, she said Pretty Ricky.
I was a freshman in high school.
Oh, yeah, you was a freshman. So you mean to tell me when you was 18, you went to college?
Mm-hmm.
You was in college, so you went to college parties.
You went to HBCU?
I did go to HBCU.
Hold on, wait. And you went to an HBCU. You mean to tell me with the captains and the alphas and
I can't recall.
I bet you
can't.
Oh, okay. I bet you can't.
Calling you in the shit is not really considered adulthood yet.
Damn.
Lord, I know what's some footage out there.
It's getting worse.
Somebody try to pull up this footage. Do not try.
I don't have the footage, man. Let me pull up these super chats. Lucy Workshaw came a YouTube member. Salute to you. Sean Henry $5 says women don't lie. They simply leave out the truthful parts. If you don't ask the right questions, 2 women on the panel know this. John Henry, $10. A major red flag is her carefree attitude towards twerking. Don't believe me, just ask anyone on the panel who is pro twerking. Just saying. John Henry $5 says that's not a beta male you described. That's a dude not interested in plans with you, just the opportunity for sex. AP accountability partner $5. John Henry, you're correct. Her description was more of a delta male. Trevor's right. There's something she's attracted to. Lacey Jasmine, 46, and no car is not a beta, but a pookie. Andrea's right. Let the Delilahs and the Medusa show their true selves, red flags. So that the men worth their weight in salt can know the category. She goes in exactly what the lady said in the video. I'm tired, man.
You got that morning voice going on right now.
Yeah. I'm sitting there looking at it, man. It's just starting to go like
the worst.
People will be your full authentic self without regard for boundaries, decorum, decency, and consideration for an already tarnished image that Black women feel is wrongly attributed to them. Congo English, Trev, and Lady D. Sanya one, $2. Why she don't twerk? No jiggle, flat back, iron board. AP accountability partner $5 says freaking made by a group of 4 women where 2 got married and only 1 lasted more than 5 years. The results are results. John Henry, speak on it. Ruth, Marquise. Why is Andrea not recognizing the point in history where women's sexual liberation in the early 1970s created the city girl problem she exuding right now. Big at 11, let go is going to have to stand in the chair to throw punches with Sweeney. When two squares fight, it's called a square dance. High Day West. 304 energy on 100, neck moving, hand waving.
In all seriousness, being list to let go to side.
What's strange is how weird is being misused because no one is supernatural or uncanny, which is what the definition of weird is. Recorded since at least the 1960s, ho was a Black English pronunciation of the British word whore, which by definition is a woman, in particular one who has many casual sexual encounters or relationships. Trev, you put some respect on Uncle Luke's name because I Want to Rock was the gospel. Ladies, most men worldwide won't respect you if you do. 304 behaviors, let go, can't save you from the judgment of most men. God has never had respect for 304. That influence still lives. Men will never respect 304 as the end. The will. Remember, for 25 months, twerking ain't really sexy anymore for real. Now, yoga stretching, on the other hand. And then lastly, Juicy Workshop 199. Good to have married people on the panel. Thank everybody has contributed to the platform. I think some of those comments was correct, Sweeney. Some people just really not going to see it. They're really not going to see it because their upbringing was different and their experience and what they was exposed to was different. It was deemed to be okay to twerk in their environment. So when they see them twerking as adults, you can understand why. They just don't see it. Maybe they might figure it out, maybe not. You got women in their 40s and their 50s thinking it's cool to twerk in the manner. And I'm with Lady Down that one. Twerking is twerking. Twerking is twerking. Now, if you want to grind or something like that, that's something different. But when somebody proceeds to lean their upper body down to the floor and they tune it up, that's twerking.
But you know what, JR? I think even when we take it away from twerking, right? When we talk about people should be able to do whatever they want to do, right? That is exactly how we got the culture that we have today, where you literally got teachers right now complaining about how kids are behaving in their classrooms because their parents believe that their kids can do what they want. So now their kids go to these schools and they act a fool, and then the parents try to talk to the teachers try to talk to the parents, and the parents is like, oh, well, they can do what they want. That's exactly how we got here. And we all complaining about it, but then in the same breath, we try to say, oh, well, let them do what they want. You should be able to move how you want to move. Well, that's how you get dysfunction. That's exactly how we wound up here now. A bunch of disrespectful ass kids who don't listen to nobody, who don't care about what anybody got to say. And then we all got to reap the consequences of that while simultaneously trying to tell them that they can do what they want.
Man, I got to learn today. Man. Excellent show.
Hey, everybody. I'll work on myself. I will go on my journey of not twerking anymore. I'll start tomorrow.
Okay, there you go. That's growth right there.
And just don't be discouraged if you see something wrong and you think it needs some change, or you think it should be done a different way, and you trying to be right, trying to be righteous, and trying to express that, and trying to get people to do it. It's okay to do that, man. We all lift each other up, man, and try to make a change as much as we can. I'm saying, don't let nobody try to discourage you by calling you cornballs or whatever.
Or 304s? Or 304s?
You don't want to be. I mean, if that's who you are, I don't think a woman should be discouraged from being a 304. I mean, if that's what you want to be, then just be it. Just own it.
They're an important part of the ecosystem, so it is what it is. Just understand, what your outcome will be for that as well.
There's a place for you.
Yeah, there's a role. There's a role for that.
Be discouraged. You say don't be discouraged. At the same mouth say I'm just going to name call you. I mean, you're kind of discouraging. I'm just saying.
So discouragement, you associating labeling with discouraging.
Name calling. You don't think that is a way to lower somebody's self-esteem?
I don't know. If I see a fox, I'm gonna call it a fox.
Men don't lie. They just show you. Look at.
If I see a fox, I'm gonna call it a fox.
I mean, I don't this name calling thing. I understand, like, you know, you don't want to be insulting, but if you're not that, it shouldn't be an insult. Like they've been saying hoe and all this stuff. Let go. Say everybody on this panel is a hoe. I ain't get mad. The fuck, I'm not one. So okay, he could think whatever he want. That's what he thinks.
Sometimes I think that it'd be different if the women were saying it. But sometimes I think that even if you could have got them, if you're trying to portray a message to somebody, but you start name calling them, if you start calling your kid, you call your
You
kid trash, they're
yeah,
going to
acting
hear
like
what
it.
they're not going to hear what you're saying. Is you lost it. So I mean, it's not my problem because I'm not trying to do that. But if you want to be impactful, you cannot name call at the same time. I'm just sorry, but
I
if we want
disagree
people,
because there was a man who
And
sat on his panel before, and he was the first to tell women no, they can't have it all. He was the first one to tell women they don't qualify for a particular man, and he was very impactful, and they didn't want to hear it. You know what I'm saying? So I think you can be very impactful if you be polarizing. Sort of like what Trev Smooth said. You know, we all do it. We all are polarizing in a way to get more reach. You know what I'm saying?
and you are part of
It's not just to get more reach. It's just the truth. And I think the reason why our society is getting more relaxed because we took away the shame. You know, instead of calling hoes, we just say that
they're liberated.
They're free.
No. Here's the problem. When he said all women are hoes, right? That's where the issue is. If I'm not a hoe, I'm not worried about it.
Who said
But
all women were hoes?
Mr. Let Go.
Oh yeah, we corrected him on that.
Okay.
We made
So
him
that's
apologize.
men are hearing that, and then they hearing some people lump it in together. They confused. I get the shame part. I guess you're part of the ecosystem where you're shaming the women so they won't do it. But at the same time, like we have to learn how to have respect for the women so the women can move forward and listen to the men. They're not going to listen to you guys if you're always name calling them. And then you're like mad when they say all men are trash or all men are dogs or whatever. You're doing the same thing.
Well, I think the difference is that we pushing back again. Like it's not because I don't think any man on this panel will feel like, oh man, you calling me trash. It's more or less okay. Like normally somebody will come on here and say all men or something, right? Anytime I respond, I'm challenging their argument by at least saying, well, do you have the evidence to prove that? Because according to the data, that's not true. I normally say it's just not true. I don't take personal offense to it. I just say, well, how do you know that? Or like what Lady Di said when Day West was like, married women do this. She was like, well, are you married? And if you aren't married, do you know any married women that does it? Because we just asking for you to be able to prove what you say. Not
But
necessarily.
it's the respect that men want, they have to give it. The respect that men want, they have to give it. If you want to be around feminine women and you cursing all the time, the women can be offended. If you're calling them names, they're going to be offended. But then you want them to respect you. That's the part where it's like I can't even talk about the truth yet because we're not talking about being fair. We gotta have that.
No, I don't ask women to respect me. Just call me how you see me. If you see me as call me whatever you see me. I present myself how I am and my behavior, how I want to be judged and how I want my image to be perceived. And if you seen associate 304 with that, then call it like it is. I'm not gonna be mad. I know I don't push off any type of behavior that I don't want to be called.
I think it's because hoe and 304 is the same thing. We know it's the Bieber upside down. It's the same thing when you flip it around. So if y'all can find something else, promiscuous, loose, whatever, that's still true. Those are still words. But black people need to have respect level. We need to
So let me
raise
ask
the
you
bar.
this. 304 probably was just founded maybe 2 or 3 years ago during COVID. So every time we find a word, we're gonna have to keep changing it to suit y'all's emotion, y'all roller coaster behavior on how y'all want to be labeled. So when is that gonna end? Like it's gonna be a never ending loop.
So I'm not speaking for myself. I'm speaking
Okay.
for. So
Well,
I'm just.
you know, I'm saying like you're speaking on behalf. You're speaking on behalf of 304s, right?
No, I'm not. I don't know what you're trying to say, but
No, I'm
I'm not
saying
a
like
spokesperson for 304s. But what I
I'm
am
saying you're speaking on behalf of women who don't want to be name called.
a more respectful label. You can say a woman is promiscuous. You can say that. That's a word. But when we don't have black men don't have a basic level of like speaking to black women with a high level of respect. Then I'm not saying you're owed a high level of respect, but you want us to respect men. And some of us do. We want to respect you guys, but it's hard for me to The good women, it's hard to respect the good men when they're constantly disrespecting other women. I get the shame. You can still give them shame without the name calling.
Lady Di, have you ever been called a 304?
No.
She probably has
Except
because her
today.
behavior don't exude that, right?
Today, yes, today. This is a new standard for her.
I'm just
Wait,
saying,
what?
you have some people who behave like it, and then you got some people that label it. I mean, I don't see nothing wrong with that.
But society, you want the women to agree to society's rules, but there is another set of rules that the men should follow, where you respect the ladies and the ladies respect you. Then they're not permitted to call you guys names. They're not permitted to put you down. You could just
Oh,
say,
women call men names and put us down all the time.
you haven't seen me do it.
He just gave you an example of
Haven't seen me do it.
what he asked DeWest about being a person on the couch and having her pay all the bills. She couldn't say it. You even said it. You said he was a bum.
He asked me a direct question, but I never called the bum that I was. I never called him to his face a bum. You see what I'm saying? It's a level of respect I have. I can't say certain things to my dad if I want to say it, or my elders. You know, somebody got into a fight with an elder. Like, yeah, they hit you first, but I'm still not going to hit that person back. It's just a level of respect. That's all I'm saying. If you can't do that, that's fine.
Wouldn't that be like? I thought they said that.
And you ain't call him a bum to his face?
I said a bum on the street would treat me better than you. That's what I said. And then I've been a bum on the street. It's like, no,
But I thought this whole the conversation earlier, they were saying that she is acting like. Isn't that different from saying you hoe versus you're acting like a hoe? That's different. That's
Did
not.
they say
I wouldn't call that name calling. It's just you're saying, hey, you're behaving this way. That's a different.
You ever called a white person a racist?
They say these 304s. That's what they say all day. They're not
You ever
careful.
called a white person a racist?
A white person that is a racist, sure. Did I call them a racist?
Have you ever called a white person a racist?
To their face?
To the face, whatever. Label them, whatever. Out of their, whatever.
But
have you ever did?
It's not a slur. It's a factual word. It's not a slur.
Okay, so but a 304 is not a factual.
It's a slur.
Somebody just gave us a super chat of where that terminology actually came from.
Okay, y'all go ahead and call them horse. That's fine.
No, I'm just.
That's okay. Make sure when people are calling your daughters horse and they didn't deserve it, then you're going to understand.
Okay, so you just add they didn't deserve it to it changes everything.
Disrespect is what I'm saying.
Okay, so I agree that if they don't deserve it, that's a whole nother different story.
I hold on. I think we're confusing two different things, right? I think Ruth is specifically speaking to calling someone directly on the panel that versus talking in general, right?
Right. And also if they actually give off the behavior that they represent, being a 304.
Yeah, because the problem was earlier on we had it where it was like a blanket statement of included every woman as a 304.
I think
right?
Mr. Lego had to apologize.
But you also say, Bruiser,
but then it was thrown around a lot after that, right? But that's where it was initiated. So I understand what you're saying.
It's the lumping and the labeling. You said if they're not married, then she's a 304 or she's for the streets.
Yeah. So that's why I explained Mr. Lego. I said if you're not married and you're out here having casual sex with no intention of being married, then you're either positioning yourself to be a wife and you respecting your body and you saving yourself for your husband, or you for the streets, which means you're a 304.
But I don't respect the 304 and the other thing. Doesn't mean I haven't said it, but it's like a slippery slope. You see what I'm saying? Doesn't mean I haven't said it. But I'm just like, I'm not gonna do that to other women. Like they're just trying to find their way. And a lot of this stuff is put on these women. Like you said, they grew up doing this stuff. So like we're labeling them. I'm not saying it's not good. We tell them it's not good. But we say in a more respectful way, and that's why they listen to us and they don't listen to the men, because y'all over there on the other side judging.
So how would you like us to say it?
I don't. You can say whatever you feel free to say. I'm just saying certain words is offensive.
What's the more respectful way to say it?
We stop listening when it gets offensive.
I'm saying what is a less offensive way to?
You said for the streets. That's fine.
For the streets is better.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's
All right.
not.
That's the same thing.
That's worse. Like you just out on the fucking street looking fucking crazy. Bum.
She
belongs
to the lady. That's bad. It's
The
just,
word, the word's a word, the is a word.
bro, like
So don't worry, because for the streets it's gonna get more disrespectful, and then we're gonna have to change that too.
Then we're gonna change.
She belongs to the streets.
I don't have all the answer. I'm just telling y'all what I don't like.
Oh wait, it's gonna be. Hey, look, now you know what we gonna start calling it. We gonna start calling it Bruce. We're just gonna say they're liberated. Unironic.
Exactly. That's
Ooh,
what
I
it's
like
gonna
that.
be.
Yeah,
liberated. Free women. They're free
Free
because they think they in chains because they can't be whatever.
I like to call them flower childs. I'll tell people all the time.
But what about the men? Okay.
What about the men?
But what about the men when men sleep
No,
around?
we can call shit straight up. You a bum. You lame. You lazy.
No. When you sleep around, should you be a 304? Would you be okay being called the 304? Sometimes I don't think men put themselves in the position.
But here's the difference though. When I sleep around, that doesn't disqualify me from positioning myself to be a husband.
Only because God made you a man and that you guys choose. Nope. But that's something you did for yourself.
Nope.
No,
Hold on, wait. I got this.
You got a cup of water. Do the cup of water thing.
I got this, Bruiser. No, I ain't gonna do that. You want to know the reason why that doesn't work on men? It's because women never made that a standard.
And we should.
Y'all should, but y'all don't.
But they don't set the standard.
I've never heard a woman disqualify a man because he had too many bodies. If he's
I would. They don't know it, but we do it.
I heard the reverse. I heard them disqualify a man because he is a virgin.
That's the girls that we talk about for the streets. So I don't have
if a woman.
We're gonna take that turn. We'll come back.
Put it like this: if a woman was on it, let me ask you this question, Ruth. I'm gonna ask you this question: if a man and a woman was about to get married, and that man found out, seen a tape of his woman getting a train ran on her, would he marry her?
Probably not.
If a woman was marrying a good man and she found out that he participated in the train before they got married.
No. Say threesome. Now he had a threesome. He had two women.
Yeah. He had two women. Would she say, I'm not marrying him because he had two women?
Why is it two women? Why can't it be more than two women?
Because the train for a woman is two men or more.
So what is a train technically? I'm just saying. Why the
two or more men? Two or more men is a train.
Okay. All right, we keep it 2 and 2. Yeah, I would if a man told me that was what he was into, I probably would not take him seriously, honestly.
But what do you think?
No, he didn't tell you that's what he's into. I think you just discovered it.
No, y'all already engaged. The wedding's next week.
It's a red flag.
Right? So you disqualify him? You're gonna cancel all the plans?
You're gonna be like, I'm not marrying you.
Depends on let's say if he was judging me for something, right? For sure.
No. This is just a standalone. No. It's a standalone.
Yeah,
there was nothing prior to it. Only thing that happened was you just found out from a tape he had a threesome with two women, but everything else was cool. It's not public, but it's just something you found out about later on. You just found out that that's what he did.
I'm gonna stand on business and say no, thank you, sir.
So you're gonna uninvite everybody who you had coming over from overseas and all of that. Now it's over.
Yeah.
Because you found out he had two women at one point.
Accept the answer.
I think that's cap.
I accept your. Hold on, wait. I ain't gonna say it's cap. I accept your answer. My question is, what do you think most women would do?
Most women would be fine.
Now, what do you think most men would do if the situation was reversed?
They probably would say no.
There you go.
Well,
that's why it's different for us than it is for y'all.
It's what? Say it again.
That's why it's different for us than it is for y'all.
But that's why I call y'all judgmental and hypocritical, because y'all being hypocrites right now.
Okay, let me show you something real quick.
Situation, and that's okay. That's why
I got one even better. You want to know why we ain't hypocritical?
That's why I have a right to say no.
You know why we ain't hypocritical? Because we attracted to different things. Just the same way that it's okay for a woman to not have a job and live with a man and he completely take care of her, but at the same time, a man cannot get away with that very same thing in mass. Y'all
just double standards.
It's just a double standard that we live by. Y'all we like what we like, and it's not even a double standard. It's just your standard.
Y'all hypocrites because y'all sleep around.
Let me ask you something, Ruth.
That don't sleep around. I think it should be.
If you were sitting at one end of the table, right? He was like, hey, can you pass me something to drink? Can you pass me that? Yeah, I got it. It go in this hand, go out this hand to this hand, until it gets to you. Would you drink out of it?
His hands. How close did you put it to the top of the cup? I hate to be
Right
like
here.
Okay, it's a cup. What's the
Okay.
problem?
Now, let's say we pass the same cup around,
Mhm.
and we're doing this right here.
Mhm. Mhm.
And now it gets to you. Would you drink out of it?
That's y'all sleeping with other women.
Would
No.
you drink out of it?
No.
There you go. That's the
The
difference
same,
between a man and a woman.
it's the same body count situation. The men have this much leeway, and then after a certain number, you out the door.
No,
So
I'm
the
not
point is
denying that there's no standard. I'm just saying that when you look at the vast majority of men and the vast majority of women, we have different standards for one another.
They don't know no better.
No, I think society has pretty much done pretty fairly well over the last 10,000, 30,000 years in regards to this whole thing. This
Do you see the economy? You see the economy? You proud of this?
Well, that's different. That's different. That has nothing to do with the sexual standards per se. That's just our culture has fallen apart for
Ruth,
many
you rather
reasons.
have somebody good in bed or a virgin?
If I'm a virgin, I want a virgin.
No, see, you keep adding all these. You know you do really good at that.
So
you add all these other disclaimers before you answer the question.
Because I want it fair. Fairness is important to me, and that's nothing wrong with that.
Hey, JR, why are we still live?
I got you, though. That's cool. That's good stuff.
Why are we still alive?
They done with me.
I'm thinking we having this conversation in the back chat, and I look over at the thing like, hell.
Wait, damn. I hope you ain't saying nothing too crazy.
I mean, why can't women have standards? Like, we gotta have standards.
You
too.
can, but women set the standards. You do have standards, and that's why it's okay for us to do that, because women have accepted that. They've made that standard, so it's okay for men to do what we want to do.
Women and be and live off of women. We can't be the person that's the stay-at-home dad. We're not allowed to be that in mass.
You're moving on.
No,
Yeah.
it's just pointing out a different standard, because that's something that women can do that men cannot do.
But we're talking about 304s. We talk about body count.
Right. So now at that point, we're talking about a grand standard for
There's
women.
going to be a guy. Hold on one second. Hold on. There's going to be a guy with a high body count that's going to find a woman with a low body count. She's going to say no, thank you, and y'all have to accept it the same way we got to accept it.
Not really, because that's not what happens by and large. That's very rare. That's very rare.
If she says no, thank you, I don't think any man will be like, "Oh my God, how dare you sit there and judge me for my?" He gonna be like, "All right."
No, like say that again, sweet.
I don't think any man gonna be like, "How dare you
You're not
judge
gonna
me?"
care.
He gonna be like, "Okay."
But if you wanted that girl, she don't want you. Like it's just, every time it's the flip, y'all dismiss it, and it's like, yo, stand by what you said when it was the women.
No man will take
offense
to that.
Like, who cares that I don't care if you know my body count or trying to judge me. Some women don't care, and you're like, that's wrong. But when men do it, like, it's nothing. Y'all quick to dismiss stuff.
You want to know how I know? You want to know how I know that this
I
isn't?
thought y'all knew.
You want to know how I know that this isn't a thing for men? Because men have no problem even in overinflating their body count. Most men lie, and we overinflate it and say, "Oh yeah, I had 40 women in my life." Nobody cares.
I wouldn't have married the person I married if their body count was high.
No, I'm not disqualifying you. If that's your standard, cool. What we're saying is for the vast majority of people, that is not a disqualifier for men.
And body count does not mean you're good in bed anyway.
You actually asked your ex-husband he had a high body count?
Yes, I know who everybody was too.
Why are we talking about who good?
Yeah, I'm sorry, lady.
I think you're missing a point, Ruth. The point is that women, us, right? A lot of us don't mind a man that had a lot of women. That's all they're talking about. He's saying that we set that, like, we don't care, so this is what it is. Not saying you don't care, or I don't care. It's just a lot of women don't care, so it don't matter for them. That's what we said. That has nothing to do with them, and that's not the
I
point.
agree, but what I'm saying is, if a man has an extremely high body count, it's not to say because if he's a good looking man, I expect his number to be a certain level. I'm not saying you have to have one person, but I'm saying at some point it's ridiculous. So if men think they're getting away with stuff that they're not getting away with, you're sleeping around with a lot of women, but then you mad about child support. You're never getting away with nothing in this life. That's what I found out. So if you could fool each other and think that you're going to
I
get away,
did.
but you're not. You're not. You're going to pay for it one way or another.
Well, that's under the
Yeah,
assumption
that's
that
changing the topic. Yeah, like
that's
Yeah,
not
it's-
saying that child support comes with making babies. What we're saying is, like we just talked about. I think on King Talk earlier, there was this dude that slept with 10,000 women.
Yeah, never.
By the time he got to woman number 1,000, there was still 9,000 other women that did not give a flying crap that he slept with 1,000.
Sure did.
They didn't give two flying, and that's 10,000 different women.
And guess
But
what the
you know what
common denominator was?
He probably was like, I don't even remember what number I'm
As a
on.
matter of fact, hold on, wait. As a matter of fact, you want to know the tripped out part? Let's go back to Derek Jackson. His wife said she used to walk into the house as the other woman was walking out.
But see, this is why you don't use social media to get crazy people to be the poster child for every woman. I am nothing like Derek Jackson's wife.
Take yourself out of it. Take
I
yourself
hear
out of
you,
it.
but everybody's not like that. How many women would allow that to happen? We don't even want y'all to be in a
A
polyamorous.
lot of women are allowing that to happen. They're sleeping with 20% of the male population.
Say it again.
And they're having kids by them.
Say it again.
They're sharing the same man.
ignoring it. Yeah.
I don't think they knew this until recently, but I agree with you.
Oh, women have been
No, this has always been the case. For
disqualified.
the beginning of time.
And they never said I missed out on some box.
No, I don't think they know they're sleeping with the same 20%. I don't think they know that. That's what I'm saying.
So let me ask you this.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
No,
Yes, they do.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Let me just ask you this real quick, Ruth.
Good.
If 10 men was in a room and 100 women went in the room with 10 men, 1 through 9 men made $42,000 a year. The 10th made over 6 figures a year. How many of those 100 women is going to go for the 10th man, and how many of those women going to go for the 1 through 9?
I think 80% will go for the 10th man.
Proving our point.
But that doesn't mean I would.
We're not talking about you. Take
Yeah, but we're not making this about you. We're just talking about women in general. That's the whole thing. We understand that you're an outliner. We dig that, right?
Yeah.
But what we're saying is in majority, right?
Qualifier.
A majority.
Men
That's
have
what it
never had
is.
a problem getting women because they had women. Like that has never been a like. No
He
guy-
can sleep with all 80% of those women, and every woman is going to still try to compete for that lifestyle.
I think that when you mature, you fall out of that. So that number probably.
You mean
goes
when you hit the wall?
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, I'll say this right now. There's also a lot of mature women who are 30 plus years old and they still ain't disqualified no dude because he had a lot of sex partners.
Women try to say they fall out of it. Actually, you just become unqualified to compete.
There's some women. This is very hard to discuss what the majority does and then what the minority does. So can we stick to one? You guys are talking about the majority. I'm talking about the wives. Like the wives are who matter. Like why are we constantly talking about people that don't matter? We don't get anywhere like that. So if we want to talk about how wives think and how I honestly I just found out about how women in general are like 2 years ago when I started my little relationship show, or I ain't gonna call it little, but yeah, my journey. And I didn't know that. I thought all women were good. I thought all women were doing the right thing. And then now I started to hear what the men were complaining about the women. I remember my cousins years ago. They're like, I'm going to Haiti to get a wife, and they sure enough did do that. And that was like 10 years ago. So they were saying it was bad that that long ago. I never got that. I never understood that. But when you're a good person, you think everybody's good like you, and then you realize like it's not like that. But
what?
I get what she's saying.
Perform a social experiment, Ruth. How many followers do you have on Instagram?
4,200.
4,200. I want you to run a social experiment. I want you to put a picture of 2 guys up on the screen, and I want you to put that guy number 1 is worth $3-4 million. He's no kids, got his shit together, can take care of a family, loyal, but he's had 150 women in the past. Then I want you to put guy number 2, who only makes $45,000 a year, same attributes, both of them relatively attractive, and you tell me which one of those women go. And you just ask the women which one are they picking.
I know who they're gonna pick, but I think you should pick on character and not money. Because I might not can't stand you, and you got $4 million.
Well, the reason why I said that is because when you think about it, it's those type of guys that do get that type of level of activity with women. You're not gonna see a dude that's average looking 42 and he can bag 150 or 1,000 women. You would normally only see that with a guy that can do that. And
Right.
most of the time, that guy tends to be somebody who got money.
And I choose to preserve myself for somebody that deserves that treated women well and wasn't doing all of that. That's my point.
JR, why are we still live?
Huh? What she said?
JR, why are we still live?
He can't get back home.
Is he gone? Is he sleeping?
You don't analyze unless they fall below the 300 threshold, 300 view count.
He said good night.
No, but I think this is a good conversation, man. Trev, overall, what do you think about it? This conversation got a little heated, didn't it?
It did. It did.
That's
But I
when you
mean, I don't
probably
think anything is irreparable, right? I mean, so a lot of times we just got to understand this. It's really internet energy, right? It's not like, cats will get, for the most part, not like when I see you, it's on site. It don't really be that. Like, me personally, I'll never really grab no hard feelings out of that. It's just, what I mean? We talk. Sometimes the discussions get real, but people cool off. They get back to their regular lives, come back, and it's another day. You know what I mean? I've seen hella blowouts on here before.
Man.
You said
nah,
what?
they good.
They good. I think they're good.
I think they good.
What? Who good?
He said you and Mr. Lecco. I think y'all good.
Apologize to me. I apologize to him. We good at that point.
Yeah. But sometimes it's a necessary evil. Sometimes it's gotta get ugly, man. You know what I mean? People passionate about what it is. We all dig into this, right? I don't think it's play for none of us on here. We all are doing our own individual things, and we put a lot of research into it. It's a lot of work.